Chapter 281, Venerable White, don't worry, I can act as a matchmaker. Chapter 281, Venerable White, don't worry, I can act as a matchmaker. Translator, Stardew 5T Editor, Karisu. Under the enveloping white smoke, Ju Li's eyes stared at Dudu calmly. Misappropriated her account? Yes, trust me. All the while, it has been Fairy Ouyang talking to you online. Just by looking at the content of your chat history, I feel that it's so mushy. How can I bring myself to chat with a man like you in that manner? Dudu raised his voice. In order to protect his chastity, he felt the need to announce the truth. He. The smoke shrouding Ju Li's face got thicker and thicker. He let out a bitter laugh and said, Dudu, you don't have to console me. What? Dudu was puzzled. 2 streams of smoke came out of Ju Li's nostrils. Actually, I have thought about it carefully before. You are right, a man like me who spends his time chasing a Pekingese all over the world, what kind of lady would like me? Ju Li, you underestimate your charm. In reality, there is this one fairy who is currently silently waiting for you. If you don't believe me, you can send a message to her and ask her yourself. Dudu raised his voice. You see, my phone is already broken and I am being tied up by you. If you quickly send a message to your sweetheart, when she replies, it would prove what I'm telling you is the truth, wouldn't it? The hand that Ju Li used to hold his pipe was stiff, his eyes seemed to shine with a tinge of anticipation. Thereafter, he took out his phone and carefully sent a message to his chat partner, Are you there? Ju Li had never felt so excited and anxious from sending just an ordinary message like currently. The message was sent. 5 minutes later. Within the instant messaging app, Fairy Ouyang's account showed that she was online, but she did not reply. Before, when her status was online, she would definitely reply within 5 minutes, even if it was just sending an emoji. He. Ju Li forced a laugh and continued turning his head around to look at Dudu. He exhaled 2 streams of smoke from his nostrils and mouth. Indeed, Dudu was playing tricks on me. Dudu was speechless. Are you kidding me? Right, give her a call. You have her number, right? You can give her a call and clarify with her. Dudu shouted. Ju Li didn't say anything this time, he only silently swiped for his contacts and retrieved Ouyang Yuan's name and tapped on it to call. Thereafter, the familiar sound of the zither was played. The melody played over and over again, but his call still did not connect. He. Ju Li took a long drag and exhaled. This time, it wasn't just his mouth and nostrils, white smoke even came out of his ears, and once again engulfed his entire face. Dudu wanted to cry so bad. This is a joke played on me, a joke played on me, definitely a joke played on me. Seriously, F*CK, stupid Yellow Mountain, what's exactly happening? I don't want to date Ju Li, I definitely do not want to. Somebody save me. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Just at this moment, a person approached Dudu, the small monk, as well as Ju Li from afar at a very fast speed. Eh? Dudu, you guys were already caught? That figure halted and stood still on the sword, smiling. It was indeed Venerable White who rushed here. Venerable White evidently knew Ju Li, hence he teased them after stopping. Dudu looked up and looked at Venerable White. Indeed, the reason why both he and the small monk were so unlucky during their journey was that Venerable White was chasing after them. But it didn't matter who came, as long as he could be saved, that was enough for him. Senior White. Dudu shouted. Save me. Venerable White laughed. Save you? I'm here to catch you and bring you back. You can take me wherever you want, and you can also punish me as you see fit. Dudu said loudly. Venerable White raised his brows and asked, What happened? Thick smoke came out of Ju Li's nose and mouth. He opened his mouth, but he couldn't say a single word. Dudu? What kind of trouble did you get yourself into? Venerable White looked at Dudu and asked. Likewise, Dudu opened his mouth, but he didn't know where to begin. Senior, why don't I tell you instead? At this moment, the young female monster hunter that had been staying next to Ju Li raised her hand. Thereafter, she happily started her narration of the incident from the beginning, to details of what happened, and finally to the end. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Dudu, tonight after we get home, write a 1,000-word apology letter with a pen, and I will personally pass it to little friend Ju Li, said Venerable White indifferently. Dudu swallowed his saliva. He wanted him to use his dog paws to write a 1,000-word letter? What kind of joke was this? How could a dog write with its paws? He was just thinking about resisting, but when he saw Venerable White's still and expressionless face, he couldn't bring himself to do so. Additionally, little friend Ju Li, let me see your phone for a bit. Venerable White reached out his hand. Ju Li quickly put out his pipe and carefully passed his phone to Venerable White. During the whole process, he dared not make eye contact with Venerable White. His boss, True Monarch Yellow Mountain, had already set an example and told everyone about Venerable White's fearful charm from his first-hand experience. Venerable White swiped on Ju Li's phone and looked for a bit before asking, "Which sect is your partner from?" "She's a disciple of White Cloud Academy, her name Ouyang Yuan, and she teaches to play zither." Ju Li rigidly reported her name to Venerable White. "White Cloud Academy, I might have some recollection. Hold on a moment." Venerable White opened his phone and searched his contacts. A moment later, he dialed a number. Since the day Venerable White decided on organizing the hand-guided tractor competition, he started contacting his old acquaintances one by one. One of them happened to be from White Cloud Academy. After the call connected, Venerable White asked, "Hello, is this True Monarch Eternal Fire?" "Oh, it's Senior White. What's up?" A gentle and polite voice came from the other end of the line. "True Monarch Eternal Fire, is there a female cultivator in your White Cloud Academy called Ouyang Yuan that holds zither classes?" "Oh, you're talking about teacher Ouyang Yuan. Is there anything you need from her?" asked True Monarch Eternal Fire. Venerable White answered, "I want to ask a question. What is fellow Daoist Ouyang Yuan currently doing?" Although True Monarch Eternal Fire was very curious as to why Senior White was asking about what Ouyang Yuan was doing, he just answered, "Teacher Ouyang Yuan is currently in the midst of a zither class with the other disciples. If you need to talk to her, I can help you pass on a message." "There's no need for that, everything's fine." "That's all then, bye," said Venerable White. "All right." Even though True Monarch Eternal Fire didn't get what was happening, he answered calmly and patiently. In the erudite school, the cultured practitioners had the same behavior. They would not panic even when the sky collapsed. Their personality might sometimes cause others to feel anxious. After Venerable White hung up, he said to Ju Li, "Your partner is currently giving her students a zither lesson. If you trust my words, you can try contacting her again after a few hours." Ju Li stiffly nodded. His face was still wearing a bitter smile. He was still very worried. What if the person he was exchanging sweet and romantic messages with was Dudu, and that fairy Ouyang Yuan had absolutely no clue about it? In that case, what could he even do when he contacted her later? Venerable White looked at Ju Li and saw his bitter expression. He knew immediately what he was thinking and what his worries were. "How about this? Let me guarantee you, if relationship problems surface between you and that female cultivator Ouyang Yuan, let me mediate and be the matchmaker, okay? I have quite a lot of experience when it comes to matchmaking." Venerable White smiled. After all, ever since he came out of secluded meditation till now, True Monarch Yellow Mountain helped Venerable White and Shu Hang quite a lot. Hence, he decided to help Ju Li matchmake. After all, it was only a small effort for him. Furthermore, Venerable White was indeed very experienced at matchmaking. Even though, in the past, when he helped to act as the go-between, a lot of unexpected things happened, such as having both parties suddenly change their affection for each other to one aimed at him at the same time, etc. With Venerable White's assurance, Ju Li looked instantly a lot better. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. After settling the matter, Venerable White turned around and faced Dudu and the small monk who were tied and bundled up together, saying, "In that case, Dudu, Guogui, let's go home." Thereafter, he took out 2 disposable swords, activated the sword technique, and both disposable swords steadily halted, hovering in the air. Next, Venerable White reached out his hand and grabbed out. Dudu and the small monk were pulled towards him. The chains of the heaven-shrouding hooks on their bodies undid themselves automatically. Both of you choose a flying sword and stand on it. I will send you guys home. Venerable White smiled warmly. The clueless small monk Guegua smiled adorably and climbed onto one of the flying swords. When Dudu saw Venerable White taking out those two disposable flying swords, he found them familiar. Weren't these disposable flying swords the same that Venerable White used to send some items on a space trip? What was Venerable White planning to do? Send them to space directly? Senior White, I can fly back myself. Don't worry, this time I won't run away. Dudu hurriedly answered. Hush, don't talk anymore. Venerable White held up his index finger. Thereafter, he reached out his hands, grabbed and threw Dudu on the other flying sword. Grab firmly. He did not even wait for Dudu to resist. Venerable White just activated the sword technique. Off you go. Whoosh, whoosh. The two disposable flying swords, one in front and one at the back, flew straight ahead at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, only two black dots could be seen, one in front and one at the back. This was the small monk's version of screaming, sharp and clear and sweet-sounding. Woof! This was Dudu's version of screaming. Originally this speed was within Dudu's range of tolerable speed, but for some reason, he felt as though he was being sent into space, hence he couldn't help but scream. Can't you at least let me use an oxygen tank? As for jumping down from the flying sword? Don't even joke. When you ride on Venerable White's one-time disposable sword, there isn't a choice for you to get off midway. It'd only end up with cases such as Big Monster Snake that got sent into space after offending Venerable White. Then, little friend Ju Li, see you. I will contact you in a couple of days. Venerable White waved at Ju Li and rode on a meteor sword that had now transformed into a sword light, following behind Dudu and the small monk. Ju Li was dumbfounded. The young female monster hunter next to him blinked. She felt that the senior from earlier was very handsome. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. On the plain, Song Shuhang vaguely dreamt of that bustling floating island and the majestic city in the sky. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 282, Excuse me, can anyone fly a plane? Chapter 282, Excuse me, can anyone fly a plane? Translator, Stardew 5T Editor, Karisu. The dreamland this time was not affected by Lady Onion or by the pink string of karma. It was just Song Shuhang seeing the majestic city in the sky once again in his semi-conscious mode. Why would I see that city in the sky for no apparent reason? Could it be because I am nearing the East China Sea? Song Shuhang thought to himself. Song Shuhang, who was in the midst of dreaming, looked all around and saw that there were mountains, lakes, forests, and grasslands on the huge island. There was also an ancient city, as well as tall city walls to fully protect it. In the dream, Song Shuhang saw everything from bird's-eye view, overlooking the majestic island in the sky from above. He could clearly see the layout of the ancient city, especially in the center of the ancient city, where stood an eye-catching tall tower. However, in this ancient city, not a single human figure could be seen. There was not a single soul in sight. Is this the mysterious island? Song Shuhang thought to himself. The last time, via Lady Onion's dreamland, he could feel the presence of the Buddhist monk named Nine Lanterns, or perhaps he should say Buddhist nun Nine Lanterns, within the city in the sky. However, he did not see any traces of Sister Nine Lanterns in his current dream. He did not see a single person. After surveying the entire ancient city once, Song Shuhang's gaze shifted to the outside world, to be exact, to the huge forest. Next, his gaze fell upon that enormous crescent moonlight lake. This crescent moonlight lake was extremely beautiful. It was the same as those lakes that constantly appeared in fantasy movies, tranquil, reflecting the moonlight, and causing one to be charmed by it. If one were to use their phone to capture an image of it, It would not even require any filters, it could be used directly as a computer or phone wallpaper. Just as Song Shuhang's gaze was about to get closer to the lake, suddenly, something within the lake sensed his gaze. Splash! A huge and long blue fish jumped out of the crescent moonlight lake, directly charging towards the sky. It was really huge. Just by observing its body, the part of its body that was out of the water was at least 10 meters long. Its figure was like that of a snake, but it had no fish scales. Its skin was akin to a dried-up tree bark. The huge blue fish faced the sky, revealing its ferocious teeth. Its tongue was akin to a small, strange green fish, and it also had a pair of sharp claws that were gesturing threateningly at Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang got shocked by the strange fish that suddenly appeared. It was practically like watching a warm, comforting movie and having a scary ghost suddenly appear in the scene, coupled with a ghostly cry. Regardless of who it was, they would have been subconsciously scared out of their wits. After getting a huge scare, Song Shuhang woke up. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Was it a nightmare? Song Shuhang muttered as he slowly opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes, everything outside the window was pitch black, the kind where you wouldn't be able to see all 5 of your fingers. Eh? What's happening? Is it already night time? Song Shuhang asked out of curiosity. It shouldn't be the case. When they headed out it was still morning. It shouldn't take more than a couple of hours to get to the East China Sea, should it? How could it be night already? Additionally, why were the passengers around them wearing a panicked look on their face? What happened? Song Shuhang immediately asked Joseph, who was sitting next to him. Joseph smiled bitterly and said, "Teacher, something really bad happened." Just as Joseph was about to explain to him, the air hostess' shocked voice was heard in the plane. Dear passengers. I need to inquire, are there any passengers amongst us who can fly a plane? This matter is extremely urgent. The air hostess' voice was trembling. After that, the air hostess repeated what she said earlier in English. The passengers were in a state of panic, chaos and disorder ensued. What's happening? Why are they asking if anyone knows how to fly a plane? Song Shuhang was extremely curious. Just earlier, 3 minutes ago at most, everything suddenly went black mid-flight, and nothing can be seen since then, Joseph explained, trying his best to maintain his calmness. After that, we suddenly realized that a lot of people disappeared, including my daughter and several other passengers. They just suddenly disappeared, as though they had never boarded the plane at all. Joseph clenched his teeth. He was very worried about what happened to his daughter. What is even worse is that the pilots have both disappeared, the flight crew members at the front of the plane, too, they have all suddenly disappeared. Song Shuhang was dumbstruck. The pilots have disappeared? Some of the flight crew members who somewhat knew how to operate a plane have all disappeared? What kind of joke is this? Then who's piloting the plane right now? Could it be that I haven't woken up from my dream? Song Shuhang muttered. It felt like one of those consecutive nightmares that people had sometimes. After one nightmare ended, another scary nightmare would begin. Such consecutive nightmares were said to usually occur when a person was down with a cold, or if they were generally not feeling well. It's not a dream, teacher. Our current situation is really bad. Right now, the airplane is on autopilot, and we should be fine for a short period of time at least. But if nobody who knows how to operate the plane takes over, sooner or later, the plane will crash. Joseph smiled bitterly. There was a purple bruise on his arm. It was caused by him pinching himself. 3 minutes ago, he also thought it was a nightmare. But even though he pinched himself till his arm turned purple and was in extreme pain, he still did not wake up from the dream. This wasn't a dream, it was the cruel reality. And at this time, the air hostess' panicky voice was heard. Sob, please do not crowd around and blame me. Blaming me is of no use. Sob, I don't know how to fly a plane. If there is anyone amongst you who can fly a plane, please hurry go to the control cabin. Even the autopilot mode is malfunctioning now. The remaining several flight attendants were surrounded by the agitated passengers. They absolutely had no idea what to do. After all, none of them could operate the plane. The passengers were all in despair. What kind of joke was this? where could you find a person who could operate a plane seated amongst the passengers? This wasn't a 007 special agent or a sci-fi movie where a male lead, who could even operate a space shuttle, would suddenly appear. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. At this time, Zhuge Zhongyang's regretful voice came from behind Song Shuhang. I'm sorry, I am so sorry, everyone, it was my fault for suddenly choosing to go to the East China Sea's Island Resort. I have implicated all of you. Next to him was Jiao Mumu, hugging his girlfriend Yari with a forced smile on his face. Tubo was rather depressed. He raised his head and rested it against his seat. He only accepted an invitation to go on a trip, but instead, he was about to face death. Of course, he would be depressed. Don't waste your time, write your farewell letter. If you're lucky enough, your farewell letter might be found. Use your cell phone to type it, perhaps when there's a chance to get some signal, you can still send it out before you die. Zhuge Yu unlocked her phone with her finger and started to quickly tap on the keyboard. Joseph sighed and silently took out his phone, switched it on, and prepared to write his farewell letter. Teacher, are you also going to write a letter? What a pity, it was very hard for me to meet a person like you with authentic Chinese martial arts techniques, but I've only barely learned a few days, and now I'm about to go to heaven. Song Shuhang was speechless. When it came to flying a plane, Song Shuhang did know a thing or two. However, he learned how to operate a private jet, which was very different from a commercial aircraft like that. Additionally, the one he actually physically operated before was merely a private helicopter. But desperate times calls for desperate measures. Song Shuhang stood up, lifted his backpack and walked towards the control cabin. Over there was a slightly chubby air hostess who kept repeating and repeating her earlier words. Both her legs were trembling, she was completely scared to death. Next to her, a bunch of angry passengers was raging loudly, using all kinds of languages to cuss. Since they were in the face of death, they had to be given some sort of an outlet to vent. Joseph looked at Song Shuhang feeling very puzzled, unsure what his master was doing. Likewise, Jiao Mumu looked at Song Shuhang in a baffled way. After thinking for a bit, he lightly patted Yari in his arms, making her stay in her original position. Thereafter, he tapped Tubo, expressing that he wanted Tubo to go with him to check on Song Shuhang and find out what he was up to. In the face of death, you couldn't count on others to have a good temper. Sorry, could you let me pass through? At this time, Song Shuhang was squeezing his body through the crowd. When he stuck out his chest, he managed to force the people in front who were blocking him aside. Very soon, he arrived right in front of the chubby air hostess. Hello miss, if you're looking for someone to fly the plane, why don't you let me try it? Song Shuhang felt around his pocket and took out a private pilot license, PPL, from his pocket and passed it to the air hostess. Even though it is just a license for private jets, which is slightly different from commercial planes, if there is no one else who can fly a plane, why don't I give it a shot? At least I have some experience flying an aircraft. Song Shuhang's voice wasn't loud, but all the passengers who were crowding in front heard it. Immediately, everyone quietened down. Everyone looked at Song Shuhang in anticipation. At this point, Song Shuhang was akin to their last ray of hope. Song Shuhang looked somewhat young, and in the eyes of the majority of the people, being young equated lack of experience and hence lack of reliability. However, at this moment, nobody would actually mind Song Shuhang's age. What they only cared about was the private pilot license, PPL, that Song Shuhang took out. They wanted to know if that was real or fake. When did Shuhang learn how to fly a plane? Jiao Mumu lowered his voice and said next to Tubo's ear with his eyes wide open. How would I know? Tubo laughed bitterly. He clearly just went to get a driver's license with Song Shuhang not long ago, and now, Song Shuhang magically produced a private pilot license. Jiao Mumu moved closer to Tubo's ear and asked in a small voice, it couldn't be fake, right? Because? Song Shuhang absolutely did not have the time to learn how to fly an airplane or attend the pilot license exams. They were after all Song Shuhang's roommates, they roughly knew about Song Shuhang's schedule for the semester. Going to flying classes was a rather time-consuming activity. Song Shuhang definitely had no way of hiding it from them. After hearing that, Tubo's face immediately turned white. But at this time, the flight attendant in front happily passed the private pilot license back to Song Shuhang and said, "Mr. Song, please give it a try. In our current situation, we can only depend on you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 283, The Disappearing Passengers and the Mysterious Particles of Light. Chapter 283, The Disappearing Passengers and the Mysterious Particles of Light. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. Song Shuhang took his private pilot license back from the hands of the air hostess and said, "I'll try my best. Let us pass, please." At this time, the worried Jiao Mumu and Tubo forced their way through the crowd and arrived next to Song Shuhang. Jiao Mumu lowered his voice and asked, "Shuhang, what's going on? Someone has to give it a try, don't you think?" Song Shuhang said, never would he have expected that the plane he was sitting in would have an accident. He was merely a cultivator of the first stage and had no means to fly. If the plane were to crash, he would end up exactly like all the other passengers, dead without a burial site. At this reply, Jiao Mumu and Tubo could only bitterly smile. After putting away his private pilot license, Song Shuhang headed toward the control cabin. At the same time, he asked the air hostess, "Is the door of the control cabin open?" Usually, you couldn't enter the control cabin of civil aircrafts unless authorized. Old-style aircrafts had a key hidden somewhere to open the door, but modern ones mostly had electronic locks. And the most advanced ones could only be opened by the commander through a facial recognition system. However, advanced airliners also had their good points, and a lot of modern airliners had a special feature. If the people inside the cabin didn't reply to the air hostess within 30 seconds, the pilot would be considered incapacitated, and the flight attendants outside the cabin would be able to open the door by inputting the password. The control cabin is open. It should have been opened when the commander or the co-pilot disappeared. At the time, they probably tried to run away from that place with all their might. However, it seems that it was all in vain, the chubby air hostess explained. "I see. Leave the rest to me." Song Shuhang was a fearless man. The more the situation was hopeless, the more he was calm and collected. After he entered the control cabin, Tubo and Jiao Mumu followed suit. As per the air hostess instructions, the other passengers stopped outside the cabin and didn't enter as to avoid disturbing Song Shuhang. After all, this young man had flown only private aircrafts in the past. Private aircrafts and airliners were completely different, and if everyone were to enter the cabin and disturb Song Shuhang, their chances of survival would become even lower. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. After entering the control cabin, Song Shuhang looked at the dazzling instrument panel and buttons. Just as he expected, it was completely different from a helicopter. Tubo looked at Song Shuhang and said cautiously, "Shuhang, driving a car and flying an airplane aren't the same things. Be careful." Song Shuhang nodded and sat down, trying to operate the accelerator of the plane. In this case, airliners were a bit of a hassle, because every company would make different planes with different ways to operate them. Luckily, since he knew he was doomed to go on flight lessons with Senior White, Song Shuhang went to the library and read a lot of books that explained how to operate aircraft. All kinds of information were present in these books, and now, it was finally coming in handy. Then, Song Shuhang started to slowly pilot the plane. Jiao Mumu and Tubo looked at Song Shuhang piloting the plane. He seemed very earnest in what he was doing. "Shuhang, when did you learn to fly an airplane?" Tubo curiously asked. Jiao Mumu said in a low voice, "You didn't learn from a flight simulator, right?" Tubo suddenly felt his heartbeat speed up. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Some time later, Song Shuhang disabled the automatic pilot, which had activated on its own due to the loss of signal, and restored the manual mode. The only problem was that it was completely black outside and he couldn't see anything. Even while manually operating the plane, he could at most keep flying it steadily. Hopefully, they would be able to get out of this jet-black world sooner or later. I roughly know how to fly this plane, but there is a big problem, Song Shuhang said. After hearing his words, Gao Mumu asked, "What problem?" "I don't know how to land," Song Shuhang replied. He previously piloted a helicopter, but a helicopter and an airliner landed in completely different ways. Although he knew the theory behind plane landing, actually being able to do it was a completely different matter. If Song Shuhang could really land the plane just based on the theory he knew, there would be something seriously wrong. Gao Mumu. Tubo. Moreover, landing is hardly the biggest problem. Song Shuhang pointed ahead and bitterly smiled. Our biggest problem is that we have no idea where we are and we don't know what's around us. Even if the lights of the plane were on, it was black all around and they couldn't see anything. The communication equipment and the navigation system had both lost signal. At this time, they were like blind men trying to find their way in the middle of darkness. Gao Mumu calmly asked, "In other words, we're doomed to die, aren't we?" Tubo thought a bit and took out his phone. "It seems I'll have to write a will after all." Just as the three of them were talking, screams suddenly echoed from the rear of the airplane. Men were shouting, women calling out in alarm, and children crying. There was a huge commotion. "I'll go take a look." Gao Mumu was worried about his girlfriend Yai and immediately headed toward the passenger compartment. When he arrived there, he was dumbfounded. A lot of people in the passenger compartment were standing absent-mindedly in their original positions, their bodies glittering. This strange light on their bodies made them look like fireflies in the middle of the night. All the presents were stunned by this sudden turn of events. "Yai!" Then, Gao Mumu quickly ran toward his girlfriend. Luckily, Yai was fine. Lu Fei, her elder sister, and Song Shuhang's foreign disciple Joseph were also safe and sound. Yai immediately pounced toward Gao Mumu and hugged him. "Yai, what happened?" Gao Mumu asked, somewhat worried. Earlier, many of the passengers were suddenly shrouded in a blazing light. Just like the ones you see now. Yuri pointed at the dozens of passengers whose bodies were covered in light. Afterward, all those passengers were slowly reduced to ashes and disappeared. It was as though they were completely burned by that light. Yai had a terrified expression on her face. Just as she was speaking, one of the passengers shrouded in the blazing light started to scream, and their body changed into particles of light. These particles of light fell to the ground like sand, and the person quickly disappeared without leaving any traces behind. Then, just as if this scream had given birth to a chain reaction, the other passengers also started to change into particles of light one by one. Some of the passengers, who were changing into particles of light, were terrified and tried to cling to their friends and relatives to get help. However, they were like ghosts and simply passed through them. Soon after, they quickly disappeared amidst chaotic screams. Gao Mumu frowned and thought to himself, they completely disappeared. Does that mean that the commander, the co-pilot, the flight crew, and the passengers from before all disappeared the same way? They are not dead, right? Yai worriedly asked. The things that were happening couldn't be explained through logic, and that was driving all the present on the scene crazy. I have no idea. Gao Mumu heaved a sigh. Then, he thoughtlessly said, "Come, let's go to the cabin and inform Shuhang." He too had no idea why he had such a thought. However, he believed that they might clear up the situation if they were to inform Shuhang of what had just happened. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. At this time, in the control cabin, Tubo suddenly pointed ahead and shouted, "Shuhang, be careful! There is something ahead." There is something ahead? Song Shuhang opened his eyes wide. However, he couldn't see anything aside from the darkness. How is this possible? Tubo can see things I can't? I'm a cultivator that has opened the eye aperture. I can see even ghosts. I don't see anything. Tubo, are you sure you're not having hallucinations? Song Shuhang quickly asked. No, I'm not mistaken. There is something very bright amidst that mass of darkness. Tubo shouted and pointed ahead of the plane. Song Shuhang blinked a few times, but he could see nothing but darkness. Is there something wrong with my eyes? Just as Song Shuhang was in deep thoughts, Jiao Mumu entered the cabin. The air hostess and the passengers outside were in an uproar, afraid that the lights might suddenly appear on their bodies and turn them into particles of light. Therefore, no one really cared if Jiao Mumu and the others entered the control cabin. Shuhang, something happened outside. A layer of blazing light covered some of the passengers. Afterward, they changed into particles of light and disappeared, Jiao Mumu said immediately after entering the cabin. I fear that the passengers from the first batch also disappeared this way. However, they vanished so quickly that we weren't even able to notice this strange phenomenon. Song Shuhang rubbed his temples. It seemed that more and more troubles were coming his way. The scariest thing was that they didn't even know what was happening. If he had known earlier, Song Shuhang would have brought Venerable White along. With him around, something as insignificant as this phenomenon wouldn't have been scary in the least. Eh? Shuhang. There is something bright ahead. Jiao Mumu said while pointing ahead of the plane. He was pointing at the same place as Tubo. Song Shuhang. What the hell is happening? How come Tubo and Jiao Mumu can see this bright thing while I can't? Was it something that only mortals could see, but not cultivators? Every one of you can see it? Yai, can you see it too? Song Shuhang turned his head and asked Jiao Mumu's girlfriend, Yai, with a bitter smile. Yai looked at Shuhang and finally nodded. Can you describe this bright thing you're seeing? What is its shape? Song Shuhang heaved a sigh. Jiao Mumu raised his brows and asked, Shuhang, you really can't see that light? I don't see anything besides darkness, Song Shuhang said with a bitter smile. Jiao Mumu looked at the faraway dot of light and narrowed his eyes. Shuhang, we should wait till we get a little closer, it's too far away right now. Anyway, from what I can see, it seems like a green dot giving off a golden radiance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 284, Slice, Slice, Slice the Airplane. Chapter 284, Slice, Slice, Slice the Airplane. Translator, Stardew 5T Editor, Kurisu. A green dot of light radiating golden light? Song Shuhang suddenly had a bad premonition. It couldn't be the mysterious island, right? As he was thinking about it, Jiao Mumu's next sentence confirmed his guess. It's getting closer and closer. I indistinctly see a small island. Jiao Mumu opened his eyes widely and used his hands to rub his eyes as hard as he could before laughing bitterly, and said, that small island seems to be floating in the sky? As expected, I must be hallucinating, right? Tubo forced a smile and said, it indeed is a small island. Yai answered, it indeed is floating in the sky. Song Shuhang was speechless. This was cheating. At first, he thought that if he really ended up chancing upon this mysterious island on this trip to the East China Sea, at most, he wouldn't enter it and everything would be fine. As for the seniors in the group, Senior 3 Reckless, Senior North River, and Senior Ancient Lake Temple, when they chanced upon the mysterious island, they decided on their own accord to enter it. And Song Shuhang, who already knew that entering the mysterious island would cause memory loss, naturally would not choose to enter it. But who knew the mysterious island was so shameless, it actually pulled the trap card? If not for Jiao Mumu and Tubo pointing out that there was an island floating in the sky, Song Shuhang, who was unaware of everything, might have ended up charging straight into the mysterious island. Why is it that the seniors in the group had the choice whether or not they want to enter the mysterious island, but I, on the other hand, feel like I'm being forced to enter it? Song Shuhang pondered deeply for a moment and silently touched his chest. Even though he couldn't see it anymore, he knew that there was a karma thread on his body connecting himself to Lady Onion on the Enlightenment Stone, and there was yet another karma thread on Lady Onion's body, connecting herself all the way to the 9 lanterns in that city in the sky. If the island in the sky was the mysterious island, then could the karma thread be behind all these, insisting on getting him on the mysterious island? Wasn't this an evil trap? Hee, you want to get me on the island, but on the contrary, I simply will not be entering. Song Shuhang thought to himself. Hence, he said to his roommates, I feel that there is definitely something fishy about that island, we have to avoid it. Agreed, that's what I think too. Whenever Jiao Mumu looked at the island floating in the sky, it would give him the creeps. On the other hand, Tubo was a very curious young lad with an exuberant desire for knowledge. I think that perhaps we should go check it out. Jiao Mumu, what is the location of that small island? We will go around it. Song Shuhang's ears automatically ignored Tubo's opinion. In that direction. Jiao Mumu's finger pointed at the location of the floating island in his eyes. Song Shuhang nodded and changed the plane's route, carefully avoiding the floating island's coordinates. The plane continued flying for a very long time. Have we avoided it? Song Shuhang asked. Right before his eyes was only pitch-black darkness, so he could not see the floating island and could only ask Jiao Mumu. We have. Jiao Mumu nodded. Song Shuhang secretly heaved a sigh. Next, the plane continued advancing. As it was flying and flying, suddenly, extremely bright rays of light appeared right in front of the plane. Jiao Mumu, Tubo, and Yari could not adapt to the sudden strong light in time, they instinctively squinted. We have finally gotten out of the pitch-black zone. Song Shuhang rejoiced in his heart. Since he had already opened his eye aperture, his adaptability to bright light was very high. Song Shuhang was able to adapt to the extremely bright light before his eyes in the blink of an eye. He looked greedily at the scenery in front of him, in a bid to find out where he exactly ended up at. When he opened his eyes, Song Shuhang teared up immediately. Appearing in front of him was a huge and vast forest. The forest was so tall that its big trees reached high up to the sky, touching the clouds. They were giving him a feeling of my drill will pierce the heavens. Song Shuhang did not specialize in plants, hence he could not identify the species of the huge trees. But when he saw those trees, he somehow felt that they did not fit in the present era. At the end of the forest was a vast grassland that stretched as far as the eyes could see. The grassland was so vast that when the wind blew over it, the grass rolled like waves in the sea. Thereafter, Song Shuhang saw a familiar landscape. It was a huge, crescent moon-like lake. It was the exact same lake he saw within that city in the sky in his dream on the plane earlier. When he saw the crescent moon-like lake, Song Shuhang felt his liver faintly hurting. If the dreamland he saw on the plane was real, hiding within the crescent moon-like lake would be a huge fish that was more than 10 meters long. Additionally, that 10-meter part of its body that was revealed was only a small section. God knew how scarily long the hidden part of its body in the lake would be. At the same time, he knew beyond doubt that the island below was the majestic city in the sky he saw in his dream. At the same time, he was at least 70% sure that the island in the sky was the mysterious island. Don't tell me I'm destined to lose my memories? Tears rolled down Song Shuhang's face. Furthermore, why did I end up entering it when I had already clearly avoided that island in the sky? Can anyone tell me what is happening? Unless, what Jiao Mumu and the rest saw was a mirage, the reflection of the floating island. Instead, the actual floating island was just in front of the new flight route, waiting for them to walk right into the trap. That was too despicable. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. So pretty. After Yari's eyes adapted to the bright rays, she snuggled up to Jiao Mumu. Likewise, Tubo gasped in surprise, it was such a beautiful place. In the passenger compartment of the plane, there were about 20-odd passengers who had not vanished. All the passengers sensed a change outside the plane, and they all ran to the windows to take a look outside. Oh, so beautiful! Song Shuhang's disciple in name, Joseph, exclaimed loudly in English. Joseph was a person who loved to travel. He frequently brought his family to travel all around the world. However, even after going through all the mental images of the beautiful landscapes he had ever seen before, there was not a single place that could hold a candle to the fairyland right before his eyes. Yes, fairyland. The kind of image you'd see in fairy tales, novels, or movies, even the legendary paradise wouldn't compare to that, right? Are we saved? We have already passed the damn pitch-black zone, right? The slightly chubby air hostess cheered loudly. Nobody else on the plane got ignited into particles of light, and no one else disappeared. Are we all safe now? Another white-collar worker said agitatedly, his voice filled with the extreme joy one experienced after surviving a calamity. Lu Fei's elder sister also went to the window and asked, "But where exactly is this place?" "I don't know, my phone has no reception either." "Could it be an island in the East China Sea?" Lu Fei took out her phone and looked. "Perhaps it's because we're within the airplane, hence the signal would be interrupted." "After we land, we can check it again," said Yuga Yu. At the same time, he took out a camera and started shooting photos of the scenery outside the window. Yuga Yu was a member of the school's news department, recording and filming everything odd, interesting or unique that she saw became an instinct for her. Yuga Zhongyang secretly heaved a sigh. Luckily, all of them were safe and sound. If anything happened to the people he invited on this trip, Yuga Zhongyang would definitely blame himself for the rest of his life. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Within the control cabin. "Shuhang, do you want to look for a place to land?" Jiao Mumu asked out of curiosity. "Let me give it a try," Song Shuhang answered. Of course, Song Shuhang wasn't planning to descend. He wanted to see if he could directly break through the mysterious islander barrier and return to the real world. However, when he was to increase the plane's altitude and speed, his facial expression changed. No matter how hard Song Shuhang tried to accelerate, the plane seemed to have lost its power and steadily descended. What was happening? Song Shuhang's brain started spinning very fast. Very soon, he recalled some of the things that the seniors in the 9 Provinces #1 group said in regards to this mysterious island. For example, at the entrance of the mysterious island, there was a flight-restricting formation. Even for a 5th-stage Golden Core Spiritual Emperor, upon entering the mysterious island, he could only descend and land since he would be unable to use the flying sword. Even a Golden Core Spiritual Emperor would be forced to land. One could forget about flying a mere plane there. Song Shuhang secretly sighed. He could only try his best to glide the plane over the grassland. At least it wouldn't land in the forest and get pierced by the tall trees this way. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Just as Song Shuhang used all his might to glide the plane, 2 rays of light flashed within the sky. They seemed to be 2 sword lights. The 2 sword light first whizzed and charged in front of the plane. Thereafter, they abruptly halted. Then, the 2 sword lights changed their direction, turned around and charged towards Song Shuhang. If my eyes did not fail me, they should be Senior White's disposable flying sword 00 for addition, right? Song Shuhang's gaze was fixated on the 2 sword lights. At the same time, he experienced a sudden feeling of uneasiness. F*CK, these 2 disposable swords, they couldn't be rushing toward me, right? Just as that thought struck Song Shuhang, the 2 disposable swords arrived right above the airplane. "Senior White, what are you doing?" Song Shuhang wanted to cry but couldn't shed any tears. He remembered giving Venerable White a call when he was boarding the plane and telling Senior White that he was on the plane and his cell phone needed to be switched off. If Venerable White wanted to send Dudu and the small monk back via the disposable sword 00 for addition, he needed to at least wait till they got to their destination first. Then why were there 2 disposable flying swords being shot over? Venerable White shouldn't be making such a rookie mistake. Also, the swords have already been shot here, but what about Dudu and the small monk? Why are they not on the flying swords? At this time, it would be a good thing as well if Dudu were here, because Dudu is after all a 4th-stage monster dog who can fly. Oh, I forgot there is a flight restriction in this place. Even if Dudu were here, it would be of no use. Wait, at the very least, Dudu has already mastered a couple of techniques and spells. If he were here, the risk of crashing the plane would be slimmer. And Dudu is after all quite strong. On the strange mysterious island, he would be able to fulfill the role of a bodyguard well. Just as Song Shuhang was letting his thoughts run wild, the two disposable swords struck the plane, slicing the front of the airplane, just like slicing tofu. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Senior White, do you know how to sing a Twinkle Twinkle Little Star? Sorry, Shuhang, your senior only knows how to slice the little plane. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 285, Prodigious Gorillas. Chapter 285, Prodigious Gorillas. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Kurisu. At this time, in the space above the East China Sea, Venerable White slightly furrowed his brows. Before him, the unconscious Dudu and small monk were floating, wrapped by his spiritual energy. However, the flying swords they had used to travel were nowhere to be seen. Before boarding the plane, Song Shuhang gave Venerable White a call, saying that he would contact him again after reaching the resort island. Of course, Senior White hadn't forgotten this point. Therefore, when he used the 10,000-mile flying escape technique and sent Dudu and the small monk towards Song Shuhang's coordinates, he also closely followed behind. Senior White was planning to let Dudu and the small monk approach Song Shuhang's plane. Afterward, he would control the speed of the flying swords and make them slowly follow the airplane, proceeding toward the resort island together. With him following closely, he could easily make sure that the two disposable flying swords 00 for addition wouldn't damage the airplane Song Shuhang had boarded. However, a small accident happened when the two flying swords were on their way. Just now, when the flying swords carrying Dudu and the small monk crossed the space above the East China Sea, they suddenly bumped into what seemed to be an invisible wall. This barrier had a strange power, and as soon as Dudu and the small monk came in contact with it, they fainted. On the other hand, those two flying swords bypassed the barrier and changed into starlights, disappearing. Luckily, Venerable White was following closely, and when he saw that Dudu and the small monk were falling toward the sea, he stretched his hand out and used his spiritual energy to catch them. After gazing at the incorporeal and yet material barrier, Venerable White started to ponder. Those flying swords disappeared without a trace. Is this the work of a space-related technique? The disposable flying sword 00 for addition was supposed to follow Song Shuhang. Since it entered the barrier ahead, it had to mean that the plane Song Shuhang boarded also entered the barrier, right? However, what was on the other side of the barrier? Venerable White stepped in the sky as if walking on flat ground and arrived in front of the invisible barrier. Is the mysterious island on the other side? Senior White thought to himself. Recently, a lot of strange things happened in the East China Sea airspace. Was this the same mysterious island where even his fellow Taoists from the 9 provinces #1 group lost their memories? After thinking a bit, Venerable White put out his hand and tried to touch the barrier. In the past, he tried to look for the mysterious island. But no matter how much he tried, the island seemed to be playing hide-and-seek with him and wasn't willing to be found. And now that he had finally found it, Venerable White didn't mind going there and explore it. Then, just as Senior White was about to touch the barrier, a strange crackling sound echoed throughout the surrounding area. In the next instant, the invisible barrier literally shattered, disappearing without leaving any traces. The East China Sea airspace was once again peaceful, and there were no abnormalities. Venerable White's face froze. I was so close. Just as I put out my hand, the barrier suddenly crumbled. Are you trying to slap me in the face? Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. On the floating island. A long time had passed since the flying sword sliced the plane. Song Shuhang slowly regained consciousness. The last thing he remembered was 2 disposable flying swords cutting off the nose of the airplane. Afterward, he lost consciousness and fainted. I'm still alive. Even today, I somehow managed to survive. Song Shuhang sighed with emotion. Then, where am I now? Song Shuhang thought to himself. At this time, he felt as if his body was submerged in water, floating up and down. I didn't fall into that crescent moonlight lake, right? There is a very high chance that there were monsters inside. However, this lake felt warm and rather comfortable. Is this crescent moonlight lake actually a hot spring? Just as he was pondering, Song Shuhang heard a faint and anxious cry echo in his ear. This cry had a certain rhythm and seemed that many people were shouting in unison. Is it possible that they are not screaming in fear, but are instead singing? Song Shuhang took a deep breath and opened his eyes. In the next instant, he was completely dumbfounded. What crescent moonlight lake? What hot spring? At this time, he was inside a cauldron with blazing flames underneath. The water in the cauldron slowly starting to heat up, and one could already see bubbles rising. Moreover, Song Shuhang saw that many condiments and vegetables were floating in the water. As if that wasn't enough, his body was also trussed up tightly. This scene reminded him of those man-eating tribes in movies. But those scenes where they were cooking people alive were fake. Moreover, even real-life cannibals were unlikely to eat people like this. What sorcery was this? Just who was playing tricks on him? Song Shuhang turned around and gazed at the people shouting and yelling beside the cauldron. After seeing who these peoples were, he was stunned. Because the guys surrounding the cauldron weren't human, they were black-colored gorillas. And there were more than 20 of them. They were standing erect and surrounding the cauldron while screaming, cheering, and jumping around. They looked exactly like those primitive tribes you see in documentaries. These guys want to eat me. Song Shuhang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Never would he have imagined that he would be treated as food one day. If he hadn't timely woken up, in 1 or 2 hours, a dish named a boiled Song Shuhang would have been served and consumed on the dinner table of these gorillas. Moreover, these guys were clearly gorillas, but why were they using something like a cauldron to cook things? Where the hell did they find this cauldron in the first place? Alright, I should stop thinking about this trivial stuff. Song Shuhang used a little bit of his physical strength and broke free of the bindings. He didn't need to use the power of qi and blood. Next, he stood up while still inside the cauldron, looking all around. It was at this point that he saw that, not too far away from the gorillas, Tubo, Gao Mumu, and his girlfriend Yai were also trussed up, while Song Shuhang's backpack and the still invisible treasured saber-broken tyrant were casually thrown on a side. Luckily, they threw him into the cauldron first. If they had decided to throw in their Tubo and the others first, they might be already thoroughly boiled. Anyway, where were the other passengers? Tubo and the others were with him in the control cabin when they disappeared. But what about the passengers in the rear and the other people he knew? Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. When Song Shuhang stood up, all the gorillas were surprised. Raw? Rare? They confusedly looked at the food that had suddenly stood up in the cauldron. Soon after, a particularly strong-looking gorilla took the lead and loudly roared at Song Shuhang, starting to hammer its chest. Does it want to fight? Song Shuhang came out of the cauldron and clenched his fist. Roar! That stocky gorilla madly dashed toward Song Shuhang on its 4 limbs. On the way, it picked up a huge stone and tried to smash Song Shuhang with it. Have all these gorillas developed intellect? Song Shuhang spun his wrist and welcomed the huge stone with a light attack of the basic Buddhist fist technique. Thanks to the wondrous power of the fist technique, the rock was sent flying. Roar! The stocky gorilla jumped up and used its thick arms to try to get a hold of Song Shuhang. Hee. Song Shuhang smiled. Basic fist number 5. The basic fist number 5 was an explosive and overbearing attack, perfectly suitable to deal with this huge gorilla. The stocky gorilla saw that food before its eyes quickly move, disappearing from its sight. In the next instant, it felt a severe pain in its chest as though a huge rock had suddenly hit it. Song Shuhang needed only 1 punch to send the stocky gorilla flying. After falling to the ground, the gorilla struggled for a while but was unable to get up. Song Shuhang had used the strength of this attack to probe the overall battle prowess of this pack of gorillas. The strength of their physical body surpassed that of their brethren from Earth of at least 2-fold. Just by relying on the strength of their bodies, these gorillas were comparable to a cultivator that had opened their 3rd aperture, the nose aperture. Of course, if a cultivator that had opened 3 apertures were to use the power qi and blood, they could easily defeat these gorillas. Song Shuhang secretly heaved a sigh. Although he had easily knocked down this stocky gorilla, he had also used the chi and blood in his heart aperture to do so. Nevertheless, the gorilla wasn't seriously wounded by this hit. It seemed that these gorillas had a high resistance toward physical attacks. Although it was now lying on the ground and couldn't get up, that stocky gorilla wouldn't need too much time to recover. Afterward, it would bravely charge toward him once more. But what gave Song Shuhang a headache was the fact that there were 20+ gorillas in front of him. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. When they saw the stocky gorilla knocked down, all the nearby gorillas were stunned. They roared at Song Shuhang in a low voice, however, they didn't charge toward him. I should take the initiative and gain the upper hand, otherwise, it would be troublesome if they were to surround me, Song Shuhang thought to himself. Then, he shot a glance at his backpack and the treasured saber Broken Tyrant. He was planning to retrieve Broken Tyrant first. With the saber in his hands, dealing with these gorillas would be easy. Song Shuhang took a deep breath and operated the supplementary technique Immovable Body of the Buddha. At the same time, the blood and chi in his heart, eye, nose, and ear apertures started to churn, optimizing the condition of his body. Roar! At this time, the knocked-down stocky gorilla was finally able to get back on its feet. Then, it approached Song Shuhang on its four limbs. The other gorillas made way and allowed it to confront Song Shuhang once more. Roar! The stocky gorilla got up on its 2 feet and patted its chest again, sending out a thump-thumpy sound. In the next instant, it charged against Song Shuhang once again. Just as before, it picked up a huge stone along the way and threw it toward Song Shuhang. And also just as before, Song Shuhang used his fists to easily send the stone flying. Soon after, he made a fist with his right hand and prepared to use the basic fist number 1 to get rid of this gorilla. But right at this time, Song Shuhang saw the stocky gorilla bend its body and lift his shoulders, assuming an awe-inspiring pose. This pose was similar to Song Shuhang's when he used the basic fist number 5 earlier. Although it was only an imitation, it was still able to perfectly copy his posture after seeing it only once. Was this thing really a gorilla? Such high-level comprehension skills belonged only to a prodigy. At this time, the stocky gorilla dashed forward like a bulldozer and closed in on Song Shuhang. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 286, Gymnastics Gorillas. Chapter 286, Gymnastics Gorillas. Translator, Stardew 5T Editor, Karisu. Even though it did not have any substance, contrary to its appearance, the stocky gorilla still had an intimidating physique and strength. The power its punch packed was rather significant. Song Shuhang decided to avoid meeting the attack head-on. He slightly moved his body and performed the footwork of the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk. After which, he confidently and effortlessly took a few steps, and leisurely walked behind the gorilla. Next, Song Shuhang slapped his palm on the gorilla's back hard. This palm contained the chi and blood power of the heart and eye apertures. It was extremely strong and powerful. Thump! The gorilla could not dodge in time and took the hit head-on. The impact went through its thick and sturdy skin, then to its muscles, injuring its inner organs. The gorilla cried out in pain and its saliva splattered everywhere. At the same time, upon impact, its body bumped towards the boiling cauldron, turning it over before falling onto the burning flames. The gorilla's fur immediately caught fire, and its continuous cries echoed. However, very soon, it ingeniously rolled around on the floor and quickly put out the fire on its body. From the looks of it, they seemed to be very experienced when it came to putting out the fire on their bodies. Probably, in their everyday lives, it was not unusual for them to set their fur on fire. The corner of Song Shuhang's mouth twitched, speaking of which, were these indeed just ordinary gorillas and not some gorilla spirits? After the stocky gorilla started rolling all over the floor, it weakly collapsed, not moving a single bit. This time, it was badly wounded. There was no way it could get up within a short period of time. Song Shuhang turned around and stared at the troop of gorillas. Roar, roar, the troop of gorillas bellowed and came charging at Song Shuhang. Next, another enormous gorilla took the lead and charged straight at Song Shuhang. Oh? There is actually a code of chivalry within this troop of gorillas. Instead of attacking me as a group, they actually want a one-on-one challenge. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Then, while that enormous gorilla was charging halfway, it casually picked up a large rock and smashed it towards Song Shuhang. F*CK, throwing a rock before the start of a fight, so it wasn't that stocky gorilla's unique skill, but an innate skill of the entire gorilla species. Smashing rocks at me is of no use. Song Shuhang reached out with his hand and slapped, smacking the large rock out of the way. However, something that made him shocked happened. When that huge gorilla was approaching him, its two short legs employed a footwork. It was the same virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk executed by Song Shuhang earlier. Thereafter, when that enormous gorilla got to Song Shuhang's back, it used all its strength and slapped Song Shuhang's back. That set of moves was indeed the technique used by Song Shuhang to hit that stocky gorilla earlier. What an awesome imitation skill! Even though the few steps of the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk were not as impressive as it looked, the learning ability of this troop of gorillas was indeed heaven-defying. Should I consider bringing one back for Senior White to play with? Song Shuhang thought to himself. Thereafter, to deal with the enormous gorilla attacking his from behind, Song Shuhang lifted his leg, like a horse lifting its hind legs, and kicked at the enormous gorilla. This strong final blow from his kick directly sent the enormous gorilla flying. The physique of the enormous gorilla was clearly weaker than that of the earlier stocky gorilla. After being kicked by Song Shuhang in its chest really hard, it fainted as soon as it collapsed onto the floor and could not get up again. Song Shuhang surveyed the remaining 19 gorillas. If it was going to be a one-on-one challenge, taking down this troop of gorillas wouldn't be hard. However, would this troop of gorillas continue to engage in one-on-one challenges? The answer was no. After the two strongest gorillas of the troop were defeated by Song Shuhang, the remaining 19 gorillas bellowed in rage and charged towards Song Shuhang at the same time. And what was even worse was that when they were charging halfway, they all bent down to pick up a large rock each in sync, and ferociously threw them at Song Shuhang. It was indeed an innate skill of their species. With so many rocks coming all at once, change in quantity led to a change in quality. Their destructive power and menace increased multifold. Song Shuhang looked at the sea of huge rocks being thrown at him and felt his liver indistinctly hurting again. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. On the other side. On the grassland not far from the troop of gorillas. The wreckage of the plane was scattered all over the grassland, its front nowhere to be found. The passengers in the fuselage of the plane were a bit more fortunate. They did not receive the full force of the impact from the disposable flying swords like Song Shuhang and company who were in the control cabin. Besides, when the accident occurred, the plane was already under the influence of the flight restriction formation and slowly descending. The flight restriction formation did not directly pull the items in the sky down to the ground, but forcefully nullified their ability to fly instead. There was also another force that supported the items in the sky, making them slowly land. After the plane landed on the grassland, even though many passengers were injured, they were all alive. However, right now, the over 20 passengers that just escaped from calamity had to face another, bigger danger. A total of 50-odd black gorillas rushed over the moment the plane landed. Without even waiting for the passengers to react, all the gorillas dispersed, surrounding all the 20-odd remaining passengers in a circle. After these black gorillas surrounded the passengers, they actually took out ropes. From the looks of it, they wanted to tie these passengers up one by one. Immediately, girls' screams could be heard, coupled with children's cries. "God, what is happening?" a black uncle cried out in English. His voice was naturally loud. It momentarily masked all the other screams and cries of the girls and children. Based on the black uncle's knowledge, a troop of gorillas usually consisted of 30 of them at most, so how did more than 50 gorillas gather in front of him? Additionally, the gorillas even knew how to tie people up with ropes. Where did these gorillas even come from? The black uncle's cry was too loud and crisp. It attracted the attention of the troop of gorillas. Thereafter, a strong gorilla walked out from the group and went in the direction of the black uncle, charging and bellowing at him at the same time. It seemed as though the loud and clear cry of the black uncle earlier was mistaken as a provocation by the troop of gorillas. Next, the strong gorilla hit its chest and charged towards the black uncle like a tank. The black uncle's legs went weak immediately. The strong gorilla charged in front of him and punched the living daylights out of the black uncle, leaving him unconscious on the ground. Hoo! The strong gorilla's facial expression clearly showed disdain. After that, it retrieved a rope and skillfully tied the black uncle up. This was indeed a sorrowful scene. But for some reason, when the black gorilla skillfully tied the black uncle up, it felt as though it was stitching something with a needle, making the people on the scene smile for unknown reason. After he was done tying up the black uncle, the strong gorilla bellowed at the passengers. Roar, roar, roar. Thereafter, it used both hands to hit its chest, displaying the gorilla's signature gesture. The remaining passengers were frightened to death. Some people frantically took out their phones, making futile attempts to dial numbers. Some of them screamed out loud with tears streaming down their faces continuously. Some of them even curled themselves up, trembling in fear. Amongst the remaining 20 passengers, 12 of them were gentle and feeble women. Among the 9 men, 5 of them were slightly plump liberal arts staff. Amongst the remaining 4, one of them was the black uncle that was tied up by the strong gorilla. The other one was an adorable little boy. The third one was an old professor with a head full of white hair. The last one was Song Shuhang's disciple in name, Joseph. Apart from Joseph and the black uncle that was already tied up like a rice dumpling, who looked like they had at least a bit of fighting strength, the rest of them practically had no fighting capacity. Unfortunately, the young and healthy men on the plane earlier got transformed into particles of light that disappeared within the flame. That was indeed the kind of scene that caused people to give up all hope. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Lu Fei, who was hiding in the crowd, asked in a small voice, "Elder sister, what are we gonna do?" Lu Fei's elder sister furrowed her brows and secretly sighed. "We're in trouble. We got surrounded, and based on our current state, we have no way of escaping from the clutches of this troop of gorillas." Next to her, Joseph clenched his teeth, silently protecting the 2 ladies. His daughter had already disappeared from the plane, and now, he would definitely not allow these 2 ladies to be harmed in any way. When Joseph looked at the troop of at least 50 monstrous gorillas, he knew he already was in desperate straits. At such a time, if they didn't fight back, death would be the only option. But if they fought back, pitting 20-odd weaklings versus 50 strong and formidable gorillas, no matter how you see it, there was absolutely no chance of winning. Perhaps now is the time for me to use the peerless martial technique that Master taught me. Joseph clenched his fists with all his strength. Joseph had complete faith in his master, Shu Hang. He believed in the peerless martial technique that his master, who only lightly pushed his palm to create the exploding sound in the air, taught him. Even though he had only practiced for slightly over a month, Joseph could really feel that he got a lot stronger. Roar, roar, roar. At this time, the gorilla bellowed at the passengers once again and hit its chest with strength. Behind him, the other black gorillas also bellowed, each holding a rope, slowly approaching the passengers. Their movements were in sync, they practically looked like a group of people moving around. The strong gorilla's face looked very pleased. Thereafter, he took out another rope once again, and reached out his hands in a bid to grab the nearest air hostess. At this time, Joseph finally stepped up and shouted in anger, "Stop what you're doing!" The strong gorilla turned around in curiosity and stared at Joseph. Joseph's eyes looked fierce, and he had a grave expression on his face. Next, he started performing the first set of the times calling, the preparation stage. He maintained an upright position and raised his left arm while facing the left hand. The next step, bend the right leg forward, and at the same time, his left arm was lifted towards the inside, facing the right hand. Thereafter, his right leg went back to its original position, and at the same time, he lifted both arms, palms facing outside, and slightly raised his head. Joseph stared provocatively at the strong gorilla. The strong gorilla initially stared blankly. Then it looked like it was deep in thought. Thereafter, it did a disdainful expression. Its facial expression was too vivid, just like that of a human. Then, the strong gorilla stood upright. It raised its left arm while looking at its left hand. Its right leg bent forward, and at the same time, its right arm was lifted towards the inside, facing the right hand. Lastly, its right leg went back to its original position, and at the same time, it lifted both arms, palms facing outside, and slightly raised his head. This imitation was too perfect, perfectly smooth and fluid. It didn't seem like it was its first time performing it at all. It looked very nice. After finishing the first set of the times a-calling, the strong gorilla turned its head around and stared provocatively at Joseph. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 287, What's worse than being helpless? Being super helpless, of course. Chapter 287, What's worse than being helpless? Being super helpless, of course. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. How is this possible? How did it learn my body tempering technique with just one look? Joseph opened his eye wide. It was obviously just a stupid gorilla. Why was it so good at learning things? The strong gorilla had a self-satisfied look on its face. Then, it unexpectedly showed the middle finger to Joseph. Apparently, it wasn't their first time meeting humans. Moreover, they had learned many things from them. Such arrogance! It was only the warm-up. Joseph clenched his teeth and displayed the second set of the times a-calling, the vessel relaxation fist. Of course, it was a name Joseph had come up with. In truth, it was nothing but a stretching exercise. Joseph stood straight and raised his arms high in the sky with the palms of his hands facing forward. Next, he half-squatted and brought down his arms with the palms facing backward. After finishing this movement, he stood up and raised his hands up, before bringing them down once more. Afterward, he took a step forward with his left foot, doing a forward lunge and shifting his two arms from the front to the side, changing the fist into a palm and slightly raising his head. After completing this series of movements, he stood erect and exhaled, throwing out a mouthful of bad air. The strong gorilla stared at Joseph and scratched its head. The corner of Joseph's mouth rose. The second set was much more complicated than the first one. This creature was only a gorilla after all, right? It shouldn't be capable of learning this style. But right at this time, the strong gorilla made a backflip and stood erect. Afterward, it raised its arms high in the sky with the palms of its hands facing forward. Next, it half-squatted and brought down its arms with the palms facing backward. At last, the strong gorilla assumed a standing position and exhaled, throwing out a mouthful of bad air. Just as before, it had perfectly copied Joseph's movements. After finishing, the strong gorilla felt that there was something amiss. Then, it waved its hand, and the 50 or so gorillas standing behind it seemed to have understood its meaning. They started to rhythmically beat on the ground with their feet and hands, and cried out in unison, "Roar! Roar! 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 Roar!" Then, the strong gorilla performed once more the second set of the times a-calling, this time amidst these howls. Moreover, its speed was getting faster and faster. The other 50 or so gorillas behind it were also howling at a faster and faster pace. In the end, the strong gorilla performed the second set, the stretching exercise, 3 times faster than Joseph. Seeing this gorilla perform the stretching exercise 3 times faster than normal felt the same as watching a video in fast-forward motion. After completing the stretching exercise, the strong gorilla raised its hands, and the 50 gorillas behind roared in unison. Then, the strong gorilla turned around and bathed in the cheers of the audience like a superstar. At this time, it looked the second coming of Harambe. At last, it turned its body around and lightly pouted its lips, blowing out air from its nose. And just in this fashion, a gorilla-style disdaining expression came to be. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. In the rear, all the captives were dumbfounded. They had no idea as to what kind of face to make to express their current feelings. It was a mix of several emotions, 70% fear, 10% depression, 10% awe, and 10% stupefaction. Lu Fei asked cautiously, "Elder sister, is that a dance competition?" After a short pause, Lu Fei's elder sister said, "I think it might be a gymnastics competition." "But the question is, what kind of gymnastics is that?" "It's the times are calling, I specially looked it up on the internet earlier," Lu Fei replied. After seeing Yuga Yu's video, she went online and looked up which stretching exercise Joseph was performing. After searching for a while, she discovered that it was the times are calling. Recalling Yuga Yu, Lu Fei carefully looked at the other captives. As expected, Yuga Yu and Zhuge Zhongyang weren't amongst them. Also, Song Shuhang, Tubo, Gao Mumu and his girlfriend Yari weren't there either. Lu Fei tried to recall what happened back then. Before they crashed, Zhuge Yu and Zhuge Zhongyang wanted to go to the control cabin to check out on Song Shuhang. It seemed they got separated when the nose of the airplane was cut off. The times are calling? So that's what it was. Anyway, how many sets are there in total of this stretching exercise? Lu Fei's elder sister asked. After pondering a bit, Lu Fei replied, "There are 10. Only 10. Lu Fei's elder sister looked all around. They were tightly encircled by more than 50 gorillas. Unless they could fly, there was no way for them to escape this encirclement. It seems that as soon as that foreign uncle is done competing with the gorillas in gymnastics, they'll start attacking us again. I must think of something. We have to escape before this uncle named Joseph completes the 10 sets of the times are calling." Lu Fei's elder sister tried to calm herself down. And just as she was operating her brain at full speed, Joseph was already performing the 5th set of the times are calling, the chest expanding exercise. Since this strong gorilla was getting better and better at learning this stretching exercise, Joseph also had to increase his speed, quickly arriving at the 5th set. Lu Fei's elder sister scratched her head, somewhat worried. Damn it! In front of absolute strength, every scheme is useless. No, I have to do something. If this keeps going on, Joseph will quickly finish all the 10 sets. I have to find a way to gain time and get away from here. At this time, the nearby Lu Fei asked the 20 or so surviving passengers, "Is there anyone amongst you who is a breakdance expert?" A breakdance expert? The passengers were at a loss first. Then, their eyes suddenly lit up. These gorillas seemed very happy to imitate human movements. They could easily discern this point from the fact that they were having a gymnastics competition with Joseph right now. Therefore, something like breakdance had a chance to attract their attention. Moreover, breakdance was complicated and rather difficult to perform with the build of these gorillas. Some of the moves might even throw them into confusion, giving them a chance to escape. "I do," someone suddenly said. Everyone turned their heads toward the direction the sound came from. Then, they saw a tied-up black uncle with a self-satisfied look on his face. "I'm an expert in breakdance." That wasn't completely out of the question. After all, Black Uncle seemed quite good at breakdancing. But even if he was the best breakdancer in the world, it was useless. Because not only he was completely tied up, a strong gorilla was also pulling the other end of the rope, dragging him along. Who would even dare to free him? Cough. If there is no other choice, I can give it a try. At this time, a chubby man stood up and said with a forced smile on his face, "When I was young, I took some breakdance lessons. But later, he started working and didn't have time to practice breakdance anymore. He had a family to support now, therefore, he couldn't wantonly act like a carefree youngster anymore. With time, his nimble and agile body gained weight due to his job, and his breakdancing skills also considerably fell. Big brother, do your best." At this time, a cute young boy tried to encourage the chubby man. The chubby man took a deep breath and clenched his teeth, mustering his strength. Afterward, he walked toward Joseph. Once Joseph was done with the 10 sets of his gymnastics exercise, he would go on stage and perform several breakdance moves in the hope of piquing the interest of these gorillas, pushing them to imitate him. If he could pique their interest, it would be a success, but if he were to fail or well, there was no need to say what would happen. I wonder how long I can hold with the current state of my body, the chubby man thought to himself as he started to secretly warm up. Perhaps this would be the last dance of his life, and going out of scene while performing the breakdancing he liked so much didn't look too bad. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Several minutes later. At this time, Joseph's movements were 8 times faster than usual. He was in the process of completing the last set of the times calling, that straightening exercise. He had to put his life on the line to reach this speed. Both his hands were moving frantically. Luckily, he had practiced at least 30 times every day in the last month. Only thanks to that was he able to instinctively perform the times calling and reach this speed. The gorilla stood in place with a serious expression, carefully looking at Joseph's movements. With speed being 8 times faster than normal, unless it carefully followed his movements, it would miss some bits. After finishing his performance, Joseph gasped for breath and silently looked at the gorilla. After watching the performance, the strong gorilla pondered for a moment. In the next instant, it stood up and swish, swish, swish. It performed that straightening exercise 10 times faster than normal. After performing the exercise at 10x speed, it bathed in the cheers of the other gorillas like a superstar. Joseph secretly heaved a sigh. "Teacher, I did my best," Joseph said. Unfortunately, he still couldn't use chi and wasn't a real martial arts master. It was really a pity. "Brother, you were incredible. Leave the rest to me." Right at this time, a chubby man stepped forward and patted Joseph's shoulder. Joseph looked at this chubby man, somewhat confused. After stepping forward, the chubby man faced the gorillas and made a provocative gesture, challenging them to a breakdance battle. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. The strong gorilla was confused and looked first at Joseph and then at the chubby man. In the next instant, the chubby man started his breakdance performance. This might as well be his last dance. Therefore, he gave his all and displayed moves that he never dared to perform in the past. At this time, he had already surpassed his limit. The chubby man felt that it was his best performance since he had started practicing breakdance. All the surviving passengers loudly cheered, approving of this performance. But the strong gorilla in the front was getting more and more confused and tilted its head in confusion. After scratching its head, it patted a nearby gorilla that was slightly shorter than it, but still very strong-looking, hinting at something to it. Then, this short but strong-looking gorilla took a step forward, charging toward the chubby man that was still madly dancing. And just in this fashion, it hit him and knocked him out. Next, it took out a rope and quickly tied him up. All the cheering passengers immediately stopped, dumbfounded looks appearing on their faces. For a very long time, they were unable to utter a word. It seemed that breakdance wasn't enough to pique the interest of these gorillas and push them to imitate it. But why the hell were they interested in gymnastics exercises yet didn't care about breakdance? Just why? Then, the short gorilla dragged the chubby man along and returned to the crowd of gorillas. Afterward, the other strong gorilla raised both his hands and patted his chest, fixing its gaze on Joseph. It wanted to keep fighting. At this time, I can only put my life on the line, huh? Joseph thought to himself. Soon after, he howled and mustered his courage, charging toward the strong gorilla without turning his head. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. In the meantime. Wenju City, Beijing Street, Song Shuhang's house. Yesterday, Auntie Lee suddenly moved out of her house. According to the rumors, a millionaire made an offer that Auntie Lee couldn't reject and bought the house. And that millionaire was supposed to move in exactly today. Daoist priest Cloudy Mist was humming as he went toward Song Shuhang's house with some gifts in his hands. He rang the bell, and every soon, Mama Song came to open the door. "Hello, who is it?" "Oh, it's you?" Mama Song said as she looked at Daoist priest Cloudy Mist. "Wasn't this the seriously injured person that Shuhang brought home a few days ago? Then this person left the same night and even took along her bed sheet." "Hello, miss. It's me indeed, my name is Li Yun." Daoist priest Cloudy Mist revealed a smiling face and said, "I was lucky that little brother Song Shuhang helped me a few days ago, allowing me to recover from my injuries very quickly. I came here to thank him. Also, I've bought a house in the area, and from today onwards, I'm your neighbor." After finishing his sentence, Daoist priest Cloudy Mist enthusiastically passed those exquisite presents to Mama Song. Mama Song took the gifts and looked at Daoist priest Cloudy Mist's honest and simple smile. Her impression of him immediately rose. "There was no need for these gifts. Come inside, have a seat," Mama Song said with a smile. "Then, I'll be impolite and stop for a glass of water." Daoist priest Cloudy Mist continued to giggle. But why was he here? He was here to freeload Song Shuhang's enlightenment stone and break through a small realm within the 5th stage. However, after entering the house, Daoist priest Cloudy Mist didn't see Song Shuhang. He smiled and thoughtlessly asked, "Eh? Little friend Shuhang isn't home?" "Oh, he left this morning with his friend and went on a trip. From what I know, they went abroad to some island to have fun. Youngsters are always like this. Even during summer vacation, they refuse to stay idle at home and want to have some fun," Mama Song said as she passed him a cup of boiled water with a smile. "He went somewhere to have fun, and the place is even abroad. How can there be such a coincidence?" Daoist priest Cloudy Mist was stunned. Luckily, he was a cultivator that had lived for several hundred years, and although he had passed half of his life sealed, he was still very experienced and good at adapting to the situation. Without Mama Song noticing, he recovered and asked with a smile, "When is he coming back? Last time, I was in a hurry and didn't even have the time to thank him properly." "At least 7-8 days, and up to 10-15 days, Mama Song replied thoughtlessly. Song Shuhang said he would stay there for around a week, but if he were to meet Soft Feather, the trip might be prolonged for a bit. Daoist priest Cloudy Mist's mouth twitched at the corner. Absurd. For the past few nights, he paid visits to tens of schools and gave rise to major stealing incidents in 40 to 50 sects. After gathering money with great difficulty, he finally bought a house near Song Shuhang, and why did he put in so much effort? Because he wanted to benefit from Song Shuhang's enlightenment stone as soon as possible. At this time, Daoist priest Cloudy Mist was truly heartbroken. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 288, Reality? Illusion? Chapter 288, Reality? Illusion? Translator, Stardew 5T Editor, Karisu. Facing the overwhelming shower of incoming rocks, Song Shuhang's only option was to bring the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk to its peak and retreat as fast as he could, dodging the rain of rocks. "I can't drag it any longer." Song Shuhang looked at Jiao Mumu, Tubo, and Yai who were being tied up. "I need to quickly deal with this troop of gorillas. If I drag it any longer, I cannot guarantee the safety of my roommates anymore in the event the situation worsens." When he thought of that, he clenched his teeth and swiftly drew the character on his right palm. At this time, the gorilla that charged right in front roared and pounced at Song Shuhang. What it was holding in its hand was actually a long saber. It was a mystery where these gorillas had been hiding all the weapons. They simply suddenly brought them out one by one. "It's a saber." Song Shuhang grabbed the right opportunity, then his figure flashed and slammed into the gorilla. Thereafter, he used one hand to grab the gorilla's wrist, seizing the long saber in its hand. Then, he shouted lightly, "Lightning Palm." The rune on his palm activated. In the midst of the crackling lightning sounds, a ball of lightning appeared on his right palm, which Song Shuhang used to slap the gorilla's chest as hard as he could. Erg! The gorilla let out a cry out of extreme pain. There was a huge hole in its chest, and fresh blood splattered out of its mouth as it flew upon impact. After it landed on the ground, the gorilla frantically twitched before dying. Upon seeing this, the rest of the gorillas started bellowing and pouncing violently toward Song Shuhang. Flaming Saber! Song Shuhang flipped the wrist holding the saber, activating the ancient bronze ring's Flaming Saber skill. Bang! Flames burned violently on the long saber. Song Shuhang dragged the flaming saber and executed the footwork for the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk, charging towards the troop of guerrillas. His speed was so fast it looked as though he flickered and went right up to the 9 guerrillas who were right in front. The flaming saber's light left behind a Z-shaped afterimage. When the flames on the saber went out, the second of the 9 guerrillas that had charged toward him fell to the ground. It followed in the footsteps of the first one, earning a one-way ticket to the underworld. The remaining guerrillas immediately stopped moving and stared at Song Shuhang in fear. Song Shuhang took this opportunity to unleash a small trick related to mental energy, that spiritual pressure. He coldly stared at the troop of guerrillas, trying to intimidate them. The surviving guerrillas immediately cried in a strange manner, fleeing in all directions. Song Shuhang secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He did not pursue and attack the fleeing guerrillas. He wasn't bent on killing them all, so it was a good thing that they decided to run. He grabbed the saber the other way round and walked towards his roommates. He was going to cut the ropes tied around their bodies and wake them up. But after taking 2 steps, the long saber in his hand suddenly burst into flames. Thereafter, the long saber suddenly turned into particles of light, akin to sand, before scattering all over the floor. Song Shuhang stared blankly and immediately thought of what Jiao Mumu said to him in the plane. The missing passengers on the plane also burst into flames, transformed into particles of light and then disappeared. Just like the saber. Song Shuhang immediately turned his head around and looked at those guerrillas he killed. Indeed, after their death, the gorilla that took his lightning palm, as well as the gorilla that was slashed by his flaming saber, burst into flames before transforming into particles of light and vanishing. What's happening? Song Shuhang furrowed his brows. These gorillas felt extremely real, but the scene after their death gave people a sense that it could be illusory. It was extremely illusory, yet extremely real. Illusory reality? Song Shuhang recalled Venerable White's desert. Could it be that the mysterious island I'm currently at is actually a place created by an illusory reality? Don't tell me that people who die within that illusory reality transform into dots of light and disappear. Song Shuhang did not see himself getting repeatedly killed by the assassin within Venerable White's new illusory reality. Hence, he did not know what the characters who died in an illusory reality would become. Or else, he definitely would not have associated the scene before his eyes with an illusory reality. It doesn't seem right. The mysterious island is not as simple as just an illusory reality. True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple and Senior Northern River did bring back some treasures with them. Even though they were some low-level treasures, the mysterious island is definitely not as simple as an illusion, Song Shuhang thought to himself. Besides, regardless of whether or not it was an illusory reality, it could not be taken lightly, because if one were to die in the illusory reality, they would really end up dead. Because it was an illusion, but also a reality. After thinking this much, Song Shuhang walked ahead, took out his backpack and used the treasured saber-broken tyrant to cut the ropes around Jiao Mumu, Tubo, and Yari. Jiao Mumu and the company were injured, but luckily, those injuries did not pose any threat to their lives. Song Shuhang touched the ancient ring and used his mental energy to activate the healing spell on it. Of the functions the ancient bronze ring boasted, the second stage flaming saber technique could be activated 3 times a day, and the healing spell 8 times a day, though it could only be used on a single person at a time, and would only display effects of the second stage. As for the spirit gathering formation, its functions were passive, and thus constantly in effect. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. After Jiao Mumu and the company had the healing spell used on them, the 3 of them woke up very quickly. Eh? Shuhang? Where is this place? Jiao Mumu forcefully rubbed his temples. He felt as though his mind was like sticky paste. We're at the floating island that we saw from the plane, answered Song Shuhang. At the same time, he couldn't help but think, if this is the mysterious island, then, when we leave, I'll probably lose my memories, right? Hey, wait a minute. The seniors who left the mysterious island mentioned before, that the cultivators that left the island sealed their memories on own initiative. In that case, for ordinary human beings, they do not have chi and blood, true chi, and spiritual energy. How would they seal their own memories? then. Song Shuhang rubbed his temples. Forget it, let's talk about this later. Right now, the most important thing is to think of a way to leave the mysterious island. As for how they were gonna leave the mysterious island, he immediately thought of the bird's-eye view of the mysterious island he saw in his dream. A grassland, a forest, a crescent moon-like lake, as well as that enormous ancient city. We should go to the ancient city first. Perhaps we can get a clue with regards to how we can leave the mysterious island there. We can't stay in the wilderness for too long. On this island, there are high-level monster beasts that could even pursue and kill a 5th-stage Golden Core spiritual emperor. The floating island? Gao Mumu forced a laugh. Am I dreaming? Song Shuhang said, I wish I was dreaming too. What about the rest of the people? Tubo looked around and realized there were only the 4 of them here. My guess is that we probably got separated. At that time, we were in the control cabin and the rest of them were behind. Hence, that is why we stayed together, answered Song Shuhang. Yai, who was in Gao Mumu's arms, asked, what should we do next? Let's look for the other passengers first, like our classmate Lu Fei and her sister, not forgetting Zhuge Yu and Zhuge Zhongyang as well as Joseph. They were all in the passenger compartment of the plane. Perhaps they are currently together with the rest of the passengers, said Song Shuhang after pondering. On this mysterious island that was full of various dangers, Song Shuhang's strength alone seemed very small. He hoped that he could safely bring his friends to the ancient city. The other passengers too, as long as nobody harbored any ill intentions or sought to stir trouble, Song Shuhang naturally would also take them along to the ancient city. That's true, we gotta find our classmate Lu Fei and the rest first. Gao Mumu wanted to push up his glasses out of habit, but his glasses had already been lost during the whole plane accident. Gao Mumu could only rub his nose. Can the plane wreckage be seen? If it crashed, we should be able to see thick smoke or something, right? Let's look for a highly elevated place and look down from above. Hopefully, we can successfully find them without a hitch, said Song Shuhang. He was rather worried. Danger lurked in every corner of the mysterious island. Apart from that, in times of extreme despair, some people who were psychologically twisted could also become a significant source of crisis. Hopefully, none of them would turn out to be one of those psychologically twisted people and give birth to 18+ rated scenes. Song Shuhang's worries were definitely unnecessary, because the passengers who were alive were united as one in order to deal with a troop of gorillas who knew how to do calisthenics. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Meanwhile, in the 9 provinces #1 group, True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple, who reduced his frequency of going online recently due to the memory loss, appeared. Fellow Daoist Northern River, is the company that manufactures gym equipment under you still in operation? The equipment used by the disciples in my Daoist temple to train is so worn out, it needs to be replaced soon. Changing with times, as well as science and technology advancements, cultivators were also introduced to the invention of gym equipment, especially for disciples in first stage realm to train their body. The results were pretty decent. Northern River's loose cultivator answered, I did not invest in any gym equipment manufacturing company. One of my subordinates had a collaboration with a gym equipment manufacturing company, and then placed an order with them for custom-made high-intensity gym equipment. But 3 to 4 years later, that manufacturing company decided to venture into another industry and invested in real estate. Their luck was bad and they had already gone bankrupt after making a lot of losses. True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple. Wait for True Monarch Yellow Mountain to go online. I remember he has a lot of manufacturing assets for equipment-related products under him, answered Northern River's loose cultivator. Alright then, guess I have no other choice. If it's really not possible, I will buy a gym equipment manufacturing company then. True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple smiled. Just as both seniors were chatting, Venerable White went online. Fellow Daoist Ancient Lake Temple, fellow Daoist Northern River, it's good that both of you are online. I have a favor to ask from you guys. Northern River's loose cultivator said, what's up, Senior White? Feel free to tell us. Venerable White, I need the both of you to help me consolidate all the information pertaining to the mysterious island, and also include your personal conjectures and theories. True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple asked out of curiosity. Venerable White, you're interested in the mysterious island? Yeah, I have always been interested in it, Venerable White replied. Besides, Song Shuhang took a plane earlier, and went straight into the mysterious island. I must find out and process the information with regards to the mysterious island. I need to see if I'm able to get him out safely. Little friend Shuhang had entered the mysterious island. He is still as adventurous as before. Quite a number of seniors in the chat group immediately thought. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 289, Hello, the Stain of My Life. Chapter 289, Hello, the Stain of My Life. Translator, Stardew 5T Editor, Kurisu. Song Shuhang and company successfully found the plane that crashed, as well as its passengers. Fortunately, they did not encounter any scary monster beasts that might try to chase or kill them on their way there. When Song Shuhang found the passengers, they seemed to him like Spartans. 50+ gorillas were seen surrounding approximately 20 passengers, and the 20 passengers were forced to stand in 4 neat lines. In front of these 20 passengers, there was a strong gorilla that was doing the times are calling calisthenics. It was leading the exercise. Nearly 20 passengers wore perplexed expressions while following the gorilla in performing calisthenics at the same time. What kind of image was this? Song Shuhang almost wanted to jab something into his eyes to render them blind. Even gorillas that became spirits would not be as human-like as the troop of gorillas before his eyes, right? Behind the troop of gorillas were a black uncle, a slightly plump middle-aged man, an old professor, an air hostess, as well as Song Shuhang's disciple in name, Joseph. They were currently tied up like rice dumplings by the gorillas and thrown onto the ground. What exactly is happening? Gao Mumu stood on an elevated ground, his eyes squinting into 2 lines. He had myopia, hence objects afar looked very blur and indistinct to him, but if he used his mind to think and fill in the gaps, he would still be able to find out what was happening in front. The gorillas are teaching the passengers calisthenics radio music. Tubo secretly took out his phone in a bid to record the scene before his eyes. Unfortunately, it was too far away, so all he captured was a bunch of black dots. Are they filming a movie? Yuri muttered. After all, it was extremely outrageous that the gorillas were teaching human beings how to do calisthenics. Just as the audience was chatting away, suddenly, amongst the people doing calisthenics, a little boy couldn't quite keep up with the rest and fell behind on a couple of steps. At this time, one of the gorillas from within the troop that was surrounding the human beings pounced ferociously towards the passengers and grabbed the little boy. It tied him up skillfully and dragged him behind the troop, putting him together with the black uncle, the professor, the air hostess as well as Joseph. There is even punishment? Tubo felt as though his beliefs were completely shattered after today's episodes. Gao Mumu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Is this War for the Planet of the Apes? The scene before their eyes was as science fiction as it gets. The corner of Song Shuhang's mouth twitched before he said softly, "You guys stay here, don't move. I will go there to take a look." You're going alone? Let me accompany you. Tubo clenched his teeth. Exactly, if you wanna go, all of us go together. Likewise, Gao Mumu clenched his teeth. It's fine, I can go there alone. If there's any danger, I will escape back here immediately. You guys know this too, I've been training recently, hence I run fast. Song Shuhang gave a thumbs up. Gao Mumu and Tubo thought about it and agreed. Previously, Song Shuhang took the first place in their school's long-distance race. If both of them tagged along, they might end up being a hindrance instead. You must, by all means, be careful. I've heard that gorillas can erupt with a very high speed for short distances. You must pay attention to your own safety, Gao Mumu said carefully. Song Shuhang nodded. You guys hide well, don't let them find you. Thereafter, he approached the troop of gorillas at high speed. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. While approaching, Song Shuhang secretly used the True Self meditation scripture and brought his mental energy to its maximum. Speaking of the True Self meditation scripture, it must be said that the image of his true self had completely changed recently. In his sea of consciousness, his true self was still firmly sitting cross-legged as before. Perhaps because he had practiced the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk, his true self's hair was tied up into a bun like that of scholars in ancient times, his face looking auspicious and peaceful. He had the manners and air of a scholar. How should it be put? Song Shuhang was rather pleased with the changes appearing in his true self from the neck up. But from the neck down, his body suddenly became extremely ripped, similar to bodybuilders' physique, huge chunks of muscles, strong, sturdy, veins popping out. Indistinctly, his true self's muscles would sparkle with golden light. This was the result of practicing the immovable body of the Buddha. Additionally, his true self's upper body had no clothes or accessories, and his lower half was wearing four-tone pants. As for the appearance of his true self, Song Shuhang was in absolute despair. He only had one goal at the moment, after he had leapt through the Dragon Gate, and transformed what was illusory into reality, turning the qi and blood in his body into true qi. He would definitely search for several Daoist sword arts and also techniques from the erudite school to practice. I must change the image of my true self back. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Very quickly, Song Shuhang had already approached the troop of guerrillas. As he was approaching them, another 5, 6 more passengers had their arms tied behind the back with the rope looped around their necks by the guerrillas and thrown to Joseph's side because they couldn't keep up with the guerrillas' calisthenics. Song Shuhang took a deep breath, his hand holding the treasured saber broken tyrant tightly. His opponents were 50 guerrillas. He dared not be careless. He feared that when the guerrillas went berserk, they might accidentally kill the passengers. After getting to an appropriate distance, Song Shuhang revealed himself abruptly with the treasured saber broken tyrant in one hand. At the same time, he activated a mental energy trick, spiritual pressure, and transformed the mental energy that had been accumulated for a long period into pressure power, directing it towards the 50 guerrillas. Also at the same time, his finger spun the pendant, Green Breeze Speed Boost that was hung on his chest. A layer of green spiritual energy surrounded Song Shuhang's entire body, increasing his speed to the maximum. Song Shuhang needed the guerrillas to reveal a moment of weakness before he could eliminate most of them while the Green Breeze Speed Boost was still in effect. Like that, the passengers would be able to safely get out of danger. By then, the remaining guerrillas would slowly be eliminated. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. He used the might of his spiritual pressure on all of the guerrillas at the scene, and also around all the ordinary passengers. At such a critical moment, Song Shuhang had absolutely no time to differentiate and specifically target the enemy. Under the might and pressure of his mental energy, all the guerrillas stiffened. In the next moment, just as Song Shuhang was about to perform that flaming saber to exterminate the majority of them, they all suddenly let out a strange cry and fled in all directions. They fled tremendously fast. In the blink of an eye, not a single one was left. Song Shuhang also stiffened. He had activated the Green Breeze Speed Boost and was ready to fight these guerrillas, but instead, they chose to flee suddenly. At this time, he felt as though he had punched a pile of cotton, quite annoyed. Don't tell me my spiritual pressure of skill had another breakthrough? Song Shuhang suspected. Teacher! Teacher! At this time, Joseph, who was tied up like a rice dumpling, started cheering loudly upon seeing Song Shuhang's appearance. He was like a worm, wriggling happily toward Song Shuhang. And the passengers who were forced to do the times are calling radio exercise once again fell weakly to the ground. Some of them cried out loud, some of them laughed as hard as they could, some of them fell to the ground as their legs gave away. They used various kinds of methods to vent their emotions. It's Shuhang. Likewise, Lu Fei and her sister sat weakly on the ground without caring for their image, looking at Song Shuhang's figure. Even though they did not know why the troop of guerrillas suddenly fled in all directions when Song Shuhang appeared, it was good that they left. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Song Shuhang looked at the supplementary technique Green Breeze Speed Boost on his body, and carefully took a step forward. Under the support and protection of the green breeze spiritual energy, his body seemed to have escaped the gravitational pull, his entire body floated exaggeratedly, his legs also seemed as though they were equipped with springs, there was an invisible energy supporting him, causing him to bounce. Thereafter, in the eyes of several surprised passengers, Song Shuhang was hopping like a grasshopper towards Joseph. What was Mr. Song Shuhang trying to do? The majority of the passengers could not understand why he was hopping and what he was trying to do. Song Shuhang finally hopped to Joseph's side with much difficulty, wiped his forehead and squatted down before undoing the ropes. He then helped the other people next to him to undo their ropes as well. After getting his ropes undone, the black uncle cried tears of joy. He assumed that he was definitely gonna die, and didn't expect to escape death. The rest of the people who were tied up felt the same way. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. After he saved the people who were tied up, Song Shuhang waved at Lu Fei and her sister, who were among the passengers. Lu Fei and her sister got up from the ground and went to Song Shuhang's side. Song Shuhang asked, Lu Fei, Zhuge Yu and Zhuge Zhongyang aren't with you guys? Lu Fei shook her head. Both of them seemed to have separated from us. I initially thought they were with you. Oh. Song Shuhang rubbed his brows. The people on board seemed to have been separated into several groups. What a headache. I was together with Tubo, Gao Mumu, and his girlfriend. The Yuga siblings were not with us. Firstly, I will bring you guys somewhere safe. Thereafter, I will think of a way to find Zhuge Zhongyang and the rest, answered Song Shuhang. After he finished his sentence, he glanced once again at the passengers. Every single one of them lacked outdoor survival experience in the wild. After their narrow escape from death, they did not keep their guard up. All of them lay weakly on the ground, resting and recovering some energy. Apart from those passengers, Song Shuhang himself did not have any outdoor survival skills either. At most, all he did was watch outdoor survival television programs. Forget it, I have to first get Lu Fei and company, the passengers, as well as Gao Mumu and the rest of the ancient city before deciding my next course of action, Song Shuhang thought to himself. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Everyone, please quiet down. Song Shuhang clapped his hands. It was Song Shuhang's arrival that scared the gorillas away. Hence the passengers quieted down and looked towards him. Ahem, as everyone had seen, the wilderness is not safe. Apart from the gorillas, there are other ferocious beasts here. Earlier, my friends and I saw an ancient city in that direction. If you are willing to come with me, I will bring everyone to that ancient city, said Song Shuhang loudly. The passengers glanced at Song Shuhang, some were happy, some were grateful, but, inevitably, there would be some people who were suspicious and doubtful. Everyone had their own opinions. But Song Shuhang couldn't care any less at this moment. He would look out somewhat for those who were willing to follow him. Otherwise, he was not going to force anyone to come together with them. He might be a good person, but he wasn't someone who would beg others to let him help them. Right now, he could only do his best. After all, forcing things would not bring about anything good. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. His level is that of a cultivator of the first stage 5 apertures realm, with his ear aperture opened. He is someone who cares deeply about friendship, a very meticulous person. Oh, he even took the initiative to search and help the remaining passengers? A person of good nature? Ah, the stain of my life, welcome to the Heaven Island. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 290, The Shrinking Big Lizard. Chapter 290, The Shrinking Big Lizard. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. In the end, the old professor, the 4 women, and the 3 chubby clerks decided to form a separate team, while everyone else chose to follow Song Shuhang and go to the ancient city. The old professor was very curious about this island. Perhaps others were unaware of this, but he knew that the small plants they were stepping on and those towering trees far away were already extinct on Earth. The vegetation he could see only in books appeared before his very eyes now. Therefore, he decided to stay in this place and study these plants further. then bring a few samples back with him if possible. As he saw it, as long as he knew in which direction the ancient city was, he could catch up with the others in no time. Scientists were usually quite reasonable, but whenever their interest got piqued, no one could stop them. At this time, the thirst for knowledge of the old professor was at the limit, and even though he had experienced the terror of those gorillas, he wasn't discouraged and still wanted to go on with his exploration. As for those 4 women and the 3 chubby clerks, they also seemed to have some plans. Song Shuhang had no intention of forcing them to follow him, but before leading his team away, he showed them the direction where the ancient city was once more. I'll give you a final reminder. This place is very dangerous. Other than that troop of gorillas, there are even bigger dangers lying in ambush. Take care of yourselves, Song Shuhang said. He had done everything in his power and also reminded them of the dangers. Now, whether they would follow his advice, and whether they would survive this ordeal, was all up to their abilities and luck. Lu Fei and her sister, Joseph, the young boy, the black uncle, the chubby air hostess, and the other 5 female passengers followed Song Shuhang and left. Later, Gao Mumu, Yari, and Tubo also came out of their hiding place and joined Shuhang's group. Shuhang, what happened just now? Gao Mumu was baffled and couldn't understand why those gorillas suddenly escaped as soon as Song Shuhang made his appearance. Shuhang wasn't a dangerous animal, and even if he were the king of the beasts, the lion, he could have only escaped in front of those powerful 50-odd gorillas. I'm also unsure as to what happened. I merely showed myself and then. Song Shuhang forced a smile. He merely released his spiritual pressure. He didn't expect those gorillas to get so frightened either. Then, he added, enough chit-chat, this island is full of dangers. Let's immediately go to the ancient city as to avoid further troubles. Gao Mumu silently nodded. Next, the group headed toward the ancient city under Song Shuhang's lead. I hope for the trip to be smooth and safe. Senior White, wish me good luck. Song Shuhang thought to himself. Song Shuhang knew from the discussion in the group chat that even 5th stage spiritual emperors and 6th stage true monarchs suffered a defeat on this island. Therefore, wouldn't a garbage cultivator of the 1st stage like him just get the Sh*T beaten out of him? This time, he needed really a lot of luck. Speaking of luck, whom could he pray to aside from Senior White? According to Soft Feather, praying to Senior White had miraculous effects. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Along the way, Song Shuhang spread out his mental energy and activated his mental detection. Thanks to this, his team managed to avoid several ferocious-looking wild beasts lying in ambush. However, these wild beasts weren't really scary. What Shuhang was worried about were monster beasts. If they were to meet a monster beast, Song Shuhang was sure that they would be discovered way before he could even detect the opposite party with his mental detection. At the time, perhaps they would really turn into the delicious food of a big carnivorous monster beast. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Very soon, Song Shuhang and his team crossed the plain and arrived at the edge of the forest. From this position, they could already see the outline of the ancient city. There really is an ancient city, the black uncle said excitedly. It seemed that he didn't really believe Song Shuhang's words at first, but seeing that everyone was following him, he also tagged along. Lu Fei said softly, it somewhat resembles an ancient Chinese city. This place is really mysterious. Lu Fei's elder sister seemed very curious about this place. Since they were all excited, their voices rose a bit. Song Shuhang quickly stopped them. SSSH, quiet down. We're about to bypass the edge of the forest, don't make too much noise. After recalling to mind those fearful and bizarre gorillas, the passengers immediately calmed down and didn't dare to utter a word. After everyone had settled, Song Shuhang continued to lead them toward the city. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. The content of Murphy's Law could be summarized as such: anything that can go wrong will go wrong. In other words, if you were afraid of something, that thing would happen. Just as everybody was cautiously moving forward, a huge green-colored creature suddenly came out of the forest. The distance between the two parties was around 100 meters. All the trees at the edge of the forest were around 10 meters tall, but when this huge creature stood up, it was at least 50% higher than those trees. Its powerful body was completely covered in scales, and its eyes were as cold as ice. A dinosaur! Gao Mumu opened his eyes wide, not daring to believe what he was seeing. It looks like a lizard to me, just several hundred times bigger. Tubo swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He seemed to have some knowledge in regards to reptiles. Hiss! The huge creature, which was around 14 meters long, stuck out its tongue, glaring at Song Shuhang and the others with its big eyes. It was the scene of a predator eyeing its prey, and in this case, Song Shuhang and the others were the prey. Song Shuhang swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Against such a big creature, even if he were to use a full-powered lightning palm, it wouldn't have too much of an effect. A 14-meter-long creature was too much to handle for the current him. Song Shuhang grasped his treasured saber-broken tyrant tightly. Would his saber be able to break through the defense of this huge lizard? But just as he was planning to put his life on the line and fight, the body of the huge lizard started to shrink quickly. The process was so quick that it could be seen by the naked eye. Its body that was more than 50% taller than the surrounding trees quickly shrunk till reaching the same height as theirs. Afterward, it kept shrinking and shrinking until it completely disappeared. A row of question marks appeared above Song Shuhang's head. Just what the hell happened? Was it an illusion? Yari said in a low voice. Everyone nodded in agreement. It seemed this was the only possible explanation as to why that huge lizard had suddenly shrunk till disappearing. No matter what it was. I think we should reach the ancient city as soon as possible, Song Shuhang said while swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Agreed. We also feel the same. The scene just now had scared to death the passengers in the rear, and their legs, which were tired from the long journey, were now suddenly full of strength once more. I dunno, I'll give you a somewhat subtle alternative at least. Latent capacity was just like décolletage, squeeze it with enough strength and it'll burst with power even when you think it's at its limit. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. It seems he's not that kind of foolish kind-hearted man that would do anything for others. Then, let's see the other sides of his personality in the ancient city. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 291, Beheaded with 1/. Chapter 291, Beheaded with 1/. Translator, Stardew 5T Editor, Karisu. Song Shuhang carried the small boy on his back and brought everyone to the ancient city as fast as he could. On the whole, the city wall had a Chinese feel to it. However, the shape of the tall walls was rather odd. They assumed the shape of a step pyramid with each layer stacking on top of the other. Each layer was 10 meters long, and there were 4 layers in total. Even the city gate was 8 meters tall, and its width was approximately the length of 4 traffic lanes. A metal gate that was several times bigger than a sluice gate of a large dam sealed the doorway to the city tightly. A mysterious decorative design was engraved onto the metal gate. It looked as though it was just a simple decoration from a distance, but Song Shuhang's scrutiny revealed there was a certain order to those decorations. When the numerous decorative designs were put together, they seemed to form a huge magic formation, except that it was unknown what this formation was for and how it worked. Indeed, this ancient city was built by cultivators. Perhaps the method to leave the mysterious island lies in this place. Song Shuhang calmed down. At this moment, everyone behind him stared at the tall wall in awe. The heavy metal gate attracted their attention as well. Such an enormous gate, how could it be opened and closed? Shuhang, how are we gonna enter? Gao Mumu asked. There wasn't anybody guarding the gate, and the gate did not look like it was automatic, so how were they supposed to enter? I don't know either, just like you, it's my first time in this ancient city too, Song Shuhang answered. I'm going to look around first and see if I can find a way to get us in. The rest of you rest here, don't run around. In reality, there was absolutely no need for Song Shuhang's words, because nobody there wanted to run around at all. The huge 10+ meters tall lizard had scared everyone out of their wits earlier, not forgetting their encounter with the troop of gorillas that made them want to laugh and cry at the same time. Additionally, all of them ran from the grassland to the ancient city. Their energy had been completely depleted. Right now, after they had endured all the way to the wall, they sat down and rested. They had absolutely no energy left to move. I still have some energy, I can accompany you. Tubo stood up. He frequently exercised, hence he still had some energy left. Gao Mumu massaged his legs and smiled. I'll come with you guys too. The ancient city is quite huge, we need more manpower to search for clues unless we want to spend months looking for them. You don't have to, stay here with Tubo and take good care of Yuri, Lu Fei, and the rest. Song Shuhang smiled. If Gao Mumu and Tubo were to leave with him, leaving Yuri, Lu Fei, and the other ladies behind, he would honestly be a little worried. Gao Mumu looked at his girlfriend, Yuri, in his arms who couldn't get any more tired. He sighed and said, in that case, you gotta be careful. This ancient city gives me a weird feeling. Don't worry, I can run really fast. Song Shuhang smiled. Thereafter, he waved his hands and followed the wall, walking to the left. Teacher, wait for me. I will go with you. At this time, Joseph got up from the ground and rushed over to Song Shuhang. His physical strength was very commendable, and he actually managed to run over here and was still so energetic, while even someone like Tubo couldn't take it anymore. Song Shuhang glanced at his disciple in name and nodded with a forced smile on his face. Joseph laughed happily and quickly followed Song Shuhang. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. After Song Shuhang and Joseph had covered a sizable distance, Tubo asked curiously, speaking of which, how did Uncle Joseph become Song Shuhang's disciple? He had seen the video Juga Yu had uploaded onto the net. Truth be told, almost all the students in Jiangnan College Town had seen that video before. However, Tubo was very curious, how did Uncle Joseph get to know Song Shuhang and even become his disciple? He even learned the times are calling from Song Shuhang, treating it as an exceptional technique to practice. Well, just think about Song Shuhang's kind-hearted nature, then you should be able to roughly guess the entire story. Gao Mumu wanted to push his glasses up out of habit, but since his glasses were gone, he could only pinch the bridge of his nose depressingly. I think it happened on the day of the school sports competition. Song Shuhang probably got bored and did calisthenics at some corner of the school to train his body. And the times are calling does sorta have the air of those martial arts performed in movies. Then, Uncle Joseph should be someone really interested in Chinese martial arts. On the day of our school sports competition, he was strolling within Jiangnan College Town and happened to bump into Song Shuhang, who was in the midst of doing calisthenics. Just like that, Uncle Joseph probably mistook it for some martial arts technique. And, after that, Uncle Joseph probably ran over and requested Song Shuhang to teach him a set of the times are calling. Based on Song Shuhang's kind personality, he would certainly not reject an effortless task like teaching another person the times are calling. Hence, he casually taught Uncle Joseph that set of calisthenics at that time. Gao Mumu conjectured. His inferential skills were not bad. Apart from leaving out the cultivation part, his conjecture was about 80 to 90% accurate. Lu Fei, who was at the side, nodded and said, "That's right, I heard Shuangxue mention before that her dad had always liked watching kung fu movies since he was a child. He is very obsessed with Chinese martial arts. The reason why he married a Chinese lady, as well as self-learned Chinese, was because he loves Chinese martial arts." That makes sense. Tubo thought about it for some more and said, "From the looks of it, I think it's better if we don't shatter Uncle Joseph's dream of learning martial arts." Gao Mumu and Yari added, "Moreover, thanks to Uncle Joseph's calisthenics, we got to keep the troop of gorillas occupied for such a long time." Everyone nodded, except that the moment they thought of the process of the gorillas learning and practicing the times are calling, they felt all kinds of mixed feelings. That was an experience that no one can ever forget. I have decided, when I get out of here alive, I definitely have to practice the times are calling at least 3 times a day, the slightly plump air hostess said resolutely as she clenched her fist. "I will do it 10 times each day." That black uncle laughed and shouted in awkward Chinese, "I want to change the times are calling into a breakdance style and spread it within the breakdancing community." The white-collar woman laughed and agreed, "When I get back, I will do it once a day, not just the times are calling, but the falcon flight too. And also the world is wonderful and the youth is vitality. I had done that when I was in school back then," said a young man, smiling. "I remember learning the youthful dance in high school." Yuri smiled and joined in. Everyone chatted and couldn't help but let out warm laughters, causing the repressive feeling in their hearts to seemingly lessen by quite a fair bit. Thereafter, the surviving passengers started to introduce themselves. Humans evolved to live together with each other, and this remained ingrained in them. It was human instinct to unite together as a group in times of danger. Just as everyone was chatting, Tubo suddenly pointed to a dark shadow in the sky and shouted, "Wait a second, what is that?" High up within the sky, that dark shadow descended at a fast pace. It seemed to be heading in the direction of the ancient city. It was an eagle. Additionally, it was an enormous eagle. When it spread its wings, they spanned more than 10 meters across. Its body was practically like a small plane. Be it the lizard earlier or the eagle now, could it be that the things on this island were all supersized? Or perhaps, they were the ones who shrunk? Not just one, there are more behind. Gao Mumu shouted. Behind the huge eagle, there were 2 more enormous black shadows swiftly sweeping over. "Quick, hide near the city gate," Lu Fei's elder sister called out at that moment. Even though the city gate was closed, it fell in the middle of the entrance to the city, serving as a partition. Hence, there was a half-a-meter gap between the entrance and the gate, allowing people to hide there a bit. Even though it was not the ideal hiding place, they had no choice. Near the ancient city, apart from the wall, there was only plain and nowhere else to hide. All the people hurriedly ran towards the gap between the entrance to the city and the city gate, then squeezed together and looked at the enormous eagle in the sky in fear. "Dear God! I pray that their target ain't us," muttered the black uncle, who was stroking his cross necklace that was hanging on his chest with all his might. Lu Fei's sister laughed bitterly. The plain was vast, without a single object in sight. Apart from the walls, the only other thing that was left was the surviving passengers. Looking in the direction of the descending enormous eagles within the sky, they seemed to be flying towards the wall. If there was no food they fancied within the ancient city, then their target would be that group of people. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. On the other side, Song Shuhang and Joseph followed the wall and walked a very, very long distance, far away from their starting point, but the wall seemed to be never-ending. The end could not be seen. There were absolutely no new findings. It was still a long distance from the next city gate according to what Song Shuhang could remember. At this time, it would be so great if Venerable White or Dudu were here. They could just ride on the flying sword and get to the next city gate in a jiffy. Furthermore, they could even use the sleeping spell and put everyone to sleep before using another spell to bring everyone over the wall and into the ancient city. Just as he was thinking, Song Shuhang suddenly had a bad premonition. He abruptly lifted his head towards the sky and saw 3 enormous eagles within the sky, with 1 in front and 2 at the back, heading in the direction of the wall. The 2 slightly slower eagles were heading towards the position of the aforementioned city gate. The especially fast eagle in front, however, was heading in the direction of Song Shuhang and Joseph instead. "Teacher!" A huge, huge, huge bird. Likewise, Joseph saw the enormous eagle that was descending from the sky towards them and shouted. "Stand behind me and don't move," Song Shuhang said in a low voice. He reached his hand to his back and grabbed onto the treasured saber-broken tyrant. In the eyes of ordinary human beings, the treasured saber-broken tyrant was just an invisible object. Even though the eagles in the sky were enormous, they were still just ordinary wild beasts. Like the gorillas, they were not monster beasts. They would not be able to see the treasured saber-broken tyrant either. Very soon, the especially fast eagle pounced towards Song Shuhang and Joseph and issued a high-pitched call. It flung its enormous talons towards Song Shuhang and Joseph in a bid to grab them both in one go. Joseph felt weak in his legs. It was different from dealing with the gorillas. Even though the gorillas were frightening, they did not look too physically different from the gorillas in the real world. but the eagle right before their eyes, it had the wingspan of almost 10 meters. What kind of weird creature was this? At this time, Song Shuhang lightly tapped Joseph, using the soft strength version of the basic Buddhist fist technique. Joseph could only feel his body floating lightly and flying forward, just in time to avoid the eagle's attack. But even though he was hit in the chest by Shuhang, he did not feel any pain at all. Teacher's martial arts had already reached such an amazing level? After thinking of that, Joseph's fear immediately dissipated. With such a formidable master next to him, perhaps even the enormous eagle would not be a problem. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Song Shuhang executed the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk and agilely dodged the eagle's attack. Immediately after, he jumped and seized the opportunity to step on the talons it used to attack him. Song Shuhang used the eagle's talons as leverage and leapt up high, then he flipped once and gathered his strength before swinging the treasured saber-broken tyrant towards the enormous eagle's neck, trying to behead it with the sharp edge of the saber. He had to deal with this eagle as fast as possible since other two enormous eagles were already heading in the direction of the city gate. Song Shuhang had no time to waste. The eagle could not see Song Shuhang's hidden treasured saber-broken tyrant, but based on the wild beast's sixth sense, it could feel that it was in extreme danger. It subconsciously moved its head from side to side, using its sharp beak to peck at Song Shuhang's arm. Clang! Its beak struck against the treasured saber-broken tyrant. Sparks flew, and the sharp beak got sliced by the treasured saber, just like tofu. After all, the treasured saber-broken tyrant was the most important treasured saber of the Moon Saber sect. It could overcome a fourth-stage cultivator's defense. How would it be possible for it to be unable to match up to an ordinary eagle's beak? Having its beak cut off, the eagle was extremely shocked. It had never encountered such a situation before. In its shock, it flapped its wings violently, wanting to fly higher before making another attack. But why would Song Shuhang give it another chance to escape? Flaming Saber! Song Shuhang activated the Flaming Saber technique on the ring without any hesitation, then flicked his wrist. Flames started raging on the blade. Song Shuhang swung his saber at the eagle's neck once again. Bang! The flames on saber-broken tyrant shot out and transformed into crescent-shaped flaming saber chi, slashing the neck of the eagle. The flaming saber chi was equivalent to an attack of the second stage, and its might was second only to Song Shuhang's sword talisman. This time, the eagle couldn't save its head. The eagle's head flew, its wounds continuing to burn, not even a drop of blood was shed. In midair, Song Shuhang flipped once, lowering the speed he was falling at and lightly landing on the ground. Joseph, who was standing at one side, wiped his saliva forcefully and said, "That saber chi, it was just like the ability to release internal sword chi, right? It was practically identical to those special effects you see in movies. One day in future, will I also be able to become like you, teacher?" He was filled with hope with regards to his own future. "Joseph, be careful. I will go back to the city gate's position first," said Song Shuhang after he landed on the ground. "Yes, teacher, you be careful too," answered Joseph. Song Shuhang nodded, then brought the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk to its maximum speed. His figure was like lightning, he dashed as fast as he could towards the city gate. The flaming saber on his ring could still be used once more, and also, he still had the last sword talisman. In the sky, the two remaining eagles were getting closer and closer to the city gate's position. "I definitely must get there in time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 292, In the end, Song Shuhang was really a martial arts expert. Chapter 292, In the end, Song Shuhang was really a martial arts expert. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. When he saw his teacher speeding ahead, Joseph found him extremely elegant. From the way he was walking, he seemed very slow, but in truth, his speed was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, his silhouette changed into a small black dot. It was a special characteristic of the techniques of the erudite school. They were all very elegant. The hair of every scholar of the erudite school was like glued and wouldn't get messy no matter what. It's a technique to increase one's speed. Joseph blinked a few times. He just thought of something, since he had finally discovered his teacher's name and met him again with great difficulty. Shouldn't he take advantage of the situation and stay in touch with him? The best thing would be to live close to him and learn other techniques from him. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. A dozen or so breaths later. Just as Song Shuhang hurried to the city gate, the two huge eagles pounced down. After diving, they used their talons to successfully grab their targets. One of the eagles grabbed Jiao Mumu and the black uncle, the other one dived a little later and grabbed the female businesswoman and the chubby air hostess. Jiao Mumu! Yari immediately called out and dashed forward, trying to reach out to him. Luckily, Lu Fei's elder sister grabbed her tightly, stopping her. After seizing their targets, the two huge eagles flapped their wings and created a strong wind. Then, their huge bodies rose into the sky again. Jiao Mumu, who was now trapped within the eagle's talons, heaved a deep sigh. Earlier, when the eagles dived toward them, he pushed aside his girlfriend Yai and was caught instead. At this time, he felt that he had been rather unlucky as of late. Ever since Zhuge Zhongyang returned from abroad to look for him, his luck dropped from a very good A level to a miserable E level. 10 days ago, the cat he had raised for several years suddenly ran onto the road and died in a car accident. Jiao Mumu was heartbroken. 9 days ago, his mom was bored and gave too much food to his 3 goldfishes. They all died. Jiao Mumu was heartbroken. 8 days ago, the second account he had created last year to write web novels got banned because he mentioned prohibited stuff such as boobs. Although he paid attention to his writing style, he still got discovered by the all-knowing eye of censorship. Jiao Mumu was heartbroken. 3 days ago, just as he was planning to pass some time with his girlfriend Yari, Zhuge Zhongyang suddenly appeared and ruined everything. Jiao Mumu was once again heartbroken. Today, their airplane crashed and they ended up in a mysterious place. And now, a huge eagle grabbed him. And soon, he would be gulped down by this eagle and come out of its belly in the form of excrement. Jiao Mumu's story was really heartbreaking. As he was indulging in flights of fancy, a shadow was running at high speed on the ground. The speed of that shadow was extremely quick. It could be compared to that of a car. This shadow was precisely Song Shuhang. After seeing his good roommate, Jiao Mumu clenched his teeth and held back his tears. He didn't want to cry before his death because he wanted to leave the impression of a strong man on Yari. Shuhang, take care of Yari in my stead. I hope we'll be brothers in our next life too. Jiao Mumu bellowed heroically and waved his hand at Song Shuhang. In the middle of that small space between the entrance of the city and the city gate, Yari was crying copiously. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Song Shuhang secretly gritted his teeth. Although he was a step late, he wasn't too late either. There was still a chance to save them. You two, come down. Song Shuhang angrily howled. His voice was thunderous and ear-splitting, and the eagles flying in the sky were scared by this sudden yell. Shuhang, don't do anything stupid. Jiao Mumu called out while in midair. At this time, those eagles had brought them high up in the sky, at the height of several meters. The two eagles flapped their wings strongly. They wanted to rise high up in the sky and disappear into the clouds. But right at this time, Song Shuhang suddenly jumped toward the city wall, starting to run on the wall as though he was running on flat ground. The city wall was 40 meters tall and was similar to a terraced field-like pyramid made of 4 layers. Each layer was 10 meters tall, and there were no places to climb on this vertical wall. Even if an expert at climbing rocks were to come here, they would be helpless facing this wall unless they had very good equipment with them. But at this time, Song Shuhang was running on the city wall as though he was running on flat ground. And just in this fashion, he ran along the wall, heading toward the top. It seemed as if gravitational force didn't have any effect on him. His current speed was extremely quick, and every 10 meters there was a gap in the wall that Song Shuhang could use to propel himself and jump toward the higher section. Song Shuhang was lucky that this city wall had the shape of a terrace field-like pyramid. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to reach the top in one go with the level of his virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk. When those guys hiding beside the city gate saw this scene, they were dumbfounded. They just saw someone running on an almost perpendicular wall that was at least 40 meters high. Was this really something a human was capable of? Everyone immediately recalled to mind Joseph's enthusiastic expression when he called Song Shuhang a teacher. Was Song Shuhang really a martial arts expert? Was it possible that those martial arts experts that appeared only in novels and movies existed in the real world too? Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. In the blink of an eye, Song Shuhang reached the summit of the 40 meters tall city wall. The two eagles flying in the sky also just happened to have reached the same height. At this moment, they were basically on the same level. "Come here," Song Shuhang said as he clenched his teeth. Then, he used the city wall as support and ruthlessly smashed his feet against it. His legs looked like springs as he made a jump of almost 7 meters, reaching the first of the two eagles. This was the eagle that had grabbed the chubby air hostess and the female businesswoman. The eagle didn't expect that a small creature would suddenly appear on top of the city wall and jump toward it. Therefore, it was caught off guard. In the next moment, Song Shuhang ruthlessly trampled on the back of the huge eagle. The chi and blood in his heart, eye, nose, and ear apertures exploded, and Song Shuhang concentrated all this power in his right leg before violently smashing it against the back of the eagle. The eagle cried out in pain and couldn't help but fall downward. Song Shuhang propelled himself with the strength of this kick and jumped up once more. He held the treasured saber-broken tyrant in his hands and chopped toward the second eagle. This eagle was holding Jiao Mumu and the Black Uncle. It was also his main objective. Song Shuhang was neither a saint nor a Buddhist monk that saw all living creatures as equal. Although he was very worried about the safety of the other kidnapped passengers, the one he cared about the most was his roommate Jiao Mumu. Between the two eagles, Song Shuhang wanted to take care of the one that had seized Jiao Mumu first. He absolutely couldn't let this eagle get away. After all, this island was very big and filled with dangers. The chances of Jiao Mumu surviving on his own were almost nil. Therefore, he needed to use a lethal blow and not allow the eagle to escape. Flaming Saber! Song Shuhang made his move. He didn't hesitate and immediately activated the ancient bronze ring on his finger. He could use the flaming saber for a total of 3 times in a day. The current one was already the third and last attack he could use for the day. If he wanted to use the flaming saber engraved on the ancient bronze ring once more, he would have to wait 24 hours since the first usage. Dazzling flames suddenly appeared in Song Shuhang's hands. The flames frantically burned, and the saber chi exploded. Fear appeared in the eyes of the eagle. Its instinct was telling it that the flames burning in the hands of this small creature had the power to slay it. It had to avoid those flames at all costs. Screech! The eagle called out in alarm and frantically flapped its wings in the hope of getting away. Die! Just as before, Song Shuhang tightly held onto the saber and slashed. The flaming saber turned into a crescent-shaped saber chi and slashed toward the neck of the eagle. I can't afford to fail. Song Shuhang gritted his teeth while mid-air. Re-yip! The flaming saber chi slashed toward the neck of the eagle. At this time, the huge eagle was frantically flapping its wings and trying to get away as soon as possible. One couldn't underestimate the will to live of living things, no matter which creature it was. When they faced a life-or-death situation, they would erupt with all their strength and surpass their limits. As expected, in the next instant, the eagle released all its latent strength. In the blink of an eye, the edge of the flaming saber was already there, ready to cut its neck. But in that exact instant, the eagle flapped its wings fiercely and flung its head backward with all its might. The saber chi of the flaming saber brushed past the eagle's neck, shaving off most of the plumage on its neck and chest. Blood was dripping from its neck, but it had managed to survive. It's not over yet. Song Shuhang opened his left hand, revealing a glittering talisman. He had prepared for all eventualities. After all, he could use the flaming saber only by relying on the ancient ring, and he couldn't control it as he wished. Luckily, he still had a sword talisman left. Although it was a bit of a waste to use something that had the attack power of a third-stage cultivator to deal with this huge eagle, Song Shuhang didn't mind it if it was to save his good friend. Sword! Song Shuhang shouted. However, no sword chi burst out. How is this possible? Did the sword talisman lose its effectiveness? Song Shuhang looked at the talisman in his hands as his complexion turned white. Because he wasn't grabbing a sword talisman, it was an evil warding talisman. At this time, Song Shuhang's body lost its momentum and fell toward the ground. The eagle-grabbing Jiao Mumu flapped its wings and quickly put some distance between them. What's happening? Why did the talisman in my hand change into an evil warding one? And I have no time to exchange it either, all the other talismans are in my backpack. Damn, I was too careless. Because of this mistake, I lost the last chance to save my friend. If only he had hit the eagle with the first strike, if only he hadn't been so careless, if only he were a little stronger, the outcome would have been different. At this time, Shuhang was furious that he was so weak and useless. Right now, his heart was burning with anger. But right at this time, he recalled a certain scene from the past, a scene where blazing flames filled the entire world. In that scene, Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven used a tree branch as a saber and slashed lightly. Afterward, the flames spread from the branch and burned the heavens and the earth, and swallowed the entire universe. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 293, Flaming Saber, Simplified Edition. Chapter 293, Flaming Saber, Simplified Edition. Translator, Stardew 5T Editor, Kurisu. The flaming saber was indeed a very ordinary saber technique in the cultivation world. It was a second-stage technique, that is to say, a first-stage cultivator would be unable to use it as he or she pleased. Even if they learned how to activate it, upon execution, flames would not appear on their saber. Only after the chi and blood energy within their bodies transformed to true chi would they be able to use the flaming saber technique, channeling their true chi to create flames. The flames that burn on the saber would be able to increase its destructive power, just like when Song Shuhang used the flaming saber to create a crescent-shaped flaming saber chi earlier. Its power was rather formidable for close combat, yet at the same time, it was capable of impressive long-range attacks as well. Amongst the staple cultivation saber techniques, it could be considered a rather decent technique. But inside Li Tiansu's memories, Song Shuhang saw that the flaming saber had an extremely overbearing power when Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven executed it. When he swung his saber, endless flames surged up violently on it, there was nothing they couldn't burn, and it seemed as if they would keep burning forever. That was a saber that could burn to the skies, enveloping the entire world in flames. Facing Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven's saber attack, even though Song Shuhang was just a spectator, he could feel his whole body burning up from head to toe and his entire mouth, including his tongue, drying up, even his blood felt like it was evaporating because of the heat. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. At this moment, the memory of Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven using a branch as a saber to execute the flaming saber suddenly appeared in Song Shuhang's mind again. That memory was very clear. Song Shuhang could even distinctly remember the way Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven flicked his wrist and every little movement. But the actions done when executing the saber technique were not that important. The most important thing was Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven's saber intent when executing it. After all, that fire that burned to the skies was the embodiment of Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven's will. At this moment, Song Shuhang seemed to have experienced Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven's saber intent once more himself. In midair, he instinctively flicked his wrists, clumsily imitating Senior Scarlet Heaven's saber intent. In the next moment, boom! A layer of flame was ignited on top of the treasured saber Broken Tyrant. Except that these flames were a lot weaker compared to the ones ignited by the flaming saber attached to the bronze ring. It felt as though the flames would die out anytime. It was just a thin layer coating the treasured saber Broken Tyrant. Flaming Saber, simplified edition, should do for a tentative name, right? Regardless, Song Shuhang succeeded. That Flaming Saber, a technique that could only be executed by second-stage cultivators, was forcibly executed by him who was still in the first-stage realm. The chi and blood energy in the 4 apertures within his body, heart, eye, ear, and nose apertures, was channeled into the treasured saber broken tyrant. Even the energy the ghost spirit had accumulated was steadily channeled into the treasured saber broken tyrant. Song Shuhang's gaze was fixated on the eagle that was flying high up in the sky. The eagle was frightened and had already flown higher and higher, whereas Song Shuhang kept descending. The distance between the two of them became almost 10 meters in the blink of the eye. Ha! Song Shuhang waved his hand once again and dragged the treasured saber broken tyrant in reverse before swinging it upwards in a slanted manner. A small, pitiful flame lightly floated towards the eagle. Song Shuhang's cultivation was too weak, even with the help of the ghost spirit. When he used all his might to create the flaming saber chi, it was unable to create the crescent-shaped saber blade. He could only create a lightly floating flame that looked like it was gonna die out if the wind blew once. The small flame no longer targeted the eagle's neck, instead, it just floated towards its enormous body. Even though the flame might be small and looked light and floaty, its speed was extremely fast. When Song Shuhang swung his saber, it had already struck the eagle's enormous body a second later. The eagle was unable to dodge it this time. Its body was way too big, and no matter how it tried to dodge, it could not escape from the flame. Additionally, this time, its instinct did not kick in. It didn't sense any danger. POW. The small flame struck the eagle's body. Thereafter, it dissipated. It dissipated just like that. It did not seem to cause any harm to the eagle, not even the slightest bit. It was completely different from the overbearing flaming saber blade earlier. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. However, Song Shuhang, who was descending, secretly heaved a sigh. He lightly clenched his fist. Screech tilde at this time, the eagle in the sky suddenly let out a long cry. It used all its strength to flap its wings violently. However, that couldn't stop it from descending to the ground. At the same time, blood suddenly spurted from its back, just as though a candlelight-sized flame had penetrated through its back. As if the spurting blood was a cue, dozens of wounds on the eagle's back exploded with small flames shooting out from them in the next moment. Every one of these flames carried the powerful heaven-burning saber intent. Earlier, when that ball of flame struck the eagle's body, it did not dissipate but penetrated the eagle's body instead. The flaming saber chi was released from the inside, thoroughly sending the eagle straight to its death. The eagle struggled hard before its death, its talons unconsciously relaxing their grip. Gao Mumu and the Black Uncle fell from the sky at the same time. Success, Song Shuhang muttered. Next, I must catch Gao Mumu and the Black Uncle, or else, if they fall from a height of almost 40 meters, Gao Mumu and the Black Uncle will become mincemeat. Shuhang glanced sideways at the wall next to him and started to estimate where they might land. Next, he lightly tapped on the pendant on his neck. The Green Breeze Speed Boost pendant could only be used twice a day, and this was his second time today. After activating the pendant spell, a layer of green breeze enveloped Song Shuhang. His body became light and graceful, but most importantly, the green breeze that was enveloping him allowed Song Shuhang to slow down his landing to a large extent. Song Shuhang's body was akin to a willow leaf, lightly floating down in the sky. At the same time, he reached his hand into his backpack, searching for something. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. At this time, Lu Fei and her sister, Yari, Tubo, as well as the other passengers at the city's entrance were stupefied, their mouths agape. What Song Shuhang did earlier was completely out of their expectations. Perpendicularly running up the wall for about 40 meters was one thing, but the flaming saber chi used to strike the eagle's body was even more shocking. Lastly, Song Shuhang even killed an enormous eagle with a wingspan of almost 10 meters. Was it really something a human being was able to do? Was he a martial arts expert? Next, Even if Song Shuhang were to suddenly stretch out his palm and materialize 18 golden dragons while shouting 18 subduing dragon palms, they wouldn't be surprised anymore. Naturally, the people who were more shocked than the passengers were Jiao Mumu and the Black Uncle, who were falling from the sky at the moment. Jiao Mumu had thought that he was done for. When he was captured by the eagle and flew up into the sky, he was worried about his adorable girlfriend Jiai and what would happen to her. In the future, would she look for a new boyfriend and eventually forget about him? Thinking about that, Jiao Mumu felt extremely depressed. However, he didn't expect his roommate to suddenly transform into a superhero that could actually leap onto roofs and vault over walls, step on the eagle's back, and even generate flaming saber chi with nothing. Within a few minutes, an eagle with a wingspan of almost 10 meters got sent straight to his death. So bold and powerful, is this really Song Shuhang? The Song Shuhang I know isn't like that for sure though. He couldn't have been captured and switched by aliens, right? Jiao Mumu's emotions at this moment were practically like a huge tsunami. The first wave had not subsided, and a new wave was already rising. As compared to Jiao Mumu's tsunami-like emotions, the Black Uncle's thoughts were a lot more simple. Help! Help me! Save me, I don't want to fall to the ground, There was only one thought in the Black Uncle's mind: he didn't want to die, he wanted to survive the fall, and be safe. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Within the sky, Jiao Mumu and the Black Uncle, together with the eagle's carcass, were falling at an extremely fast speed. Song Shuhang had the green breeze speed boost, hence he was falling slowly. The distance between both parties quickly became closer, from more than 10 meters to approximately 3. Now's the time. Song Shuhang took out a bundle of extremely long rope. He casually put it into his backpack after helping Jiao Mumu and the rest undo the ropes that tied them up not too long ago. He'd felt that objects such as ropes would come in handy in a place like the mysterious island eventually, and it so happened that he needed to use them now. The gorillas used only one long rope to tie Jiao Mumu and the rest up like rice dumplings at that time. This rope was rather long, and Song Shuhang only took one section of it. The entire rope would make one huge bundle that would not be able to fit into his bag. Next, Song Shuhang used the remaining chi and blood energy in his body and channeled them into his arms before throwing the rope in Jiao Mumu's direction with all his strength. POW. Under the influence of chi and blood energy, the rope fell straight in the direction of Jiao Mumu. Thereafter, Song Shuhang shook his wrist. The rope was dexterously wrapped around Jiao Mumu. After the rope was coiled around Jiao Mumu, Song Shuhang secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He grabbed the other end of the rope and did the same thing once again, wrapping the Black Uncle up too. Hold on to the rope tight, or don't blame me when you fall down, Song Shuhang called out. Jiao Mumu and the Black Uncle hurriedly grabbed onto the rope firmly and tightly. Song Shuhang slightly squinted his eyes and chewed a chi and blood pill before swallowing it. A large amount of chi and blood energy entered Song Shuhang's body, replenishing the chi and blood energy consumed by the earlier flaming saber. Below, the eagle that was stepped on by Song Shuhang, the one that had grabbed the slightly plump air hostess as well as the businesswoman earlier, was violently flapping its wings to regain altitude. As Song Shuhang was descending, he continuously adjusted his angle, attempting to land on the eagle's body. At this moment, the eagle had already climbed to the height of nearly 25 meters once again. With one hand grabbing onto the rope and with the help of the green breeze speed boost, Song Shuhang landed onto the body of the eagle. "You're going down!" Song Shuhang shouted, focusing his chi and blood energy within his 4 apertures in his legs before stepping on the back of the eagle as hard as he could. The eagle was once again being used as a stepping stone. It let out a painful cry before descending once again. It violently flapped its wings in a bid to regain its altitude. At the same time, it turned its head and used its sharp beak to peck at Song Shuhang and the rest. Song Shuhang's left hand grabbed the rope tightly and his right wrist lightly flicked. He wanted to imitate Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven's saber intent once more and kill the eagle. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Now, is it really fine to brazenly cheat like this? The flaming saber is a second stage saber technique, and this guy is only in the first stage realm. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 294, Evil Creatures, Scram. Chapter 294, Evil Creatures, Scram. Translator, Stardew 5T Editor, Karisu. You're wrong, this isn't an ordinary flaming saber technique. A dignified male voice suddenly resounded. With a laugh, the owner of the voice said, "This saber technique made me think of a certain old friend I knew a long time ago. Using the ordinary flaming saber would be already considered a cheat, but if this isn't an ordinary flaming saber, wouldn't that make it even more of a cheat?" Ha ha ha, you have a point there. The dignified male voice erupted in laughter. Anyway, the annoying eagles are almost done being dealt with. Let's prepare to open the city gate. The owner of the dignified male voice hurriedly said, "Wait for a while, these 3 eagles are only the first batch for today, there is still another large group of them flying over." Weren't there only a few until now? Why are so many of them coming over today? This is pissing me off, I'm going to kill them all. The man with the dignified voice panicked. Don't do that, these are precious experimental products. Killing 2 or 3 would allow us to have a good feast, but killing all of them is such a waste. We can chase away the remaining ones. Alright, we'll chase them away then. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Meanwhile, the flame tongues on the treasured saber broken tyrant in Song Shuhang's hand ignited again. It was the flaming saber's simplified version, flame tongue saber. Then, he swung his sword in the air and a small flame shot in the direction of the eagle's beak. Compared to the first attack, this one was much smoother and not as awkwardly executed. The flame immediately landed on the eagle's beak, sputtering as it transformed into dozens of candlelight-sized pieces of flaming saber chi, shooting towards the eagle's head. The eagle was completely unable to resist, and the flames that shot at its head created several holes in it, making it look like a sieve. Ha ha ha. Song Shuhang was panting and gasping for air, the chi and blood energy within his body was entirely consumed once again. But at the same time, the chi and blood energy from the pill he'd taken earlier quickly replenished the chi and blood in his body. The eagle was slashed and fell from the sky. The air hostess and businesswoman, who were being held by its claws, let out a scream. At this moment, they were at the height of approximately 20 meters. Song Shuhang sighed. Next, he used all his strength to leap, pulling the rope wrapped around Jiao Mumu and the black uncle before leaping towards the wall at the side. Aya! This time, it was the black uncle and Jiao Mumu's turn to scream. They got pulled along by Song Shuhang and ultimately landed on top of the second section of the wall. The landing wasn't easy and they rolled a few times upon impact, but they weren't hurt in the end. "You guys wait here." As soon as Song Shuhang finished his sentence, he jumped towards the falling eagle once again. It might probably be because of the direct hit taken to its head, but after its death, the claws of the eagle were still tightly grabbing onto the air hostess and the businesswoman. In order to save the air hostess and the businesswoman, he had to first chop off the eagle's claws before freeing them. There was, however, absolutely no time for that. If that's the case, then I should fully utilize the eagle's enormous body. Song Shuhang had an idea. Song Shuhang rushed underneath the eagle's body and lightly shouted, "Basic Fist number 1." With the support of the Green Breeze speed boost, he firmly punched the eagle's body, causing it to flip over. The huge eagle flipped over in midair with its legs facing upward, maintaining that position while continuously falling to the ground. At this moment, it was approximately 10 meters away from the ground. With the huge body of the eagle acting as a cushion, the 2 women should be safe and remain unscathed. Unfortunately, the Green Breeze speed boost could only be used twice, or else he could have used it on that eagle's body at this moment and slowed down the landing, better ensuring safety for the 2 women that were clutched by its claws. But right now, Song Shuhang had no time to do anything anymore. He only had enough time to take the opportunity to turn himself over and stand on the eagle's body, borrowing strength from it to perform the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk. Thereafter, he used his might to leap back to the first section of the wall. He also had to take Jiao Mumu and the black uncle down. Xu Hang! Hurry! Hurry! At this time, Jiao Mumu, who was on the wall, suddenly started shouting frantically. He pointed to the sky. A group of black dots could be seen from afar, heading in the direction of the wall. Just by looking, the newcomers, giant eagles similar to the ones before, numbered at least 10. Song Shuhang suddenly felt his scalp go numb. He immediately threw the rope up, allowing Jiao Mumu and the black uncle to grab it. Thereafter, he used the rope to get over to Jiao Mumu's side. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. At this time, 2 enormous carcasses, one in front and one at the back, fell to the ground, creating a loud sound on impact. Let's go down. Song Shuhang used one hand to hold onto Jiao Mumu and the other to grab the black uncle. How do we go down? Jiao Mumu asked out of curiosity. We're at the altitude of 20 meters, we can't possibly be jumping down, right? We're running down. After Song Shuhang said that, he grabbed Jiao Mumu and the black uncle tightly, then used his leg strength and executed the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk as he ran madly down the wall. Hey! Jiao Mumu screamed in a high-pitched voice. It wasn't because he was timid, but rather it was instinctive, akin to tearing up after getting your nose punched. He was being grabbed by someone, putting him in an upside-down position before dashing straight down from a height of about 20 meters. Anyone else in his position would scream too. Such an adrenaline rush was practically stronger than during bungee jumping. At least one would be tied to a rope when bungee jumping. The black uncle next time him did not scream this time, he only shut his eyes tightly and firmly grabbed onto Song Shuhang's arm. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. A few breaths later, Song Shuhang safely brought the 2 of them onto the ground. Go hide in the gap of the city entrance, Song Shuhang said while approaching the eagle's carcass. The air hostess and businesswoman were still alive. They struggled for a bit and climbed out from under the eagle's claws. There were a couple of scars made by the talons on the air hostess' body. The businesswoman was in a slightly worse condition. Just before the eagle died, it tightened its grip, squeezing her waist so tightly it almost burst. Fortunately, she was rather slim. If it were someone fatter, his or her intestines would have been squeezed out. Song Shuhang leapt onto the enormous eagle's body, holding onto the businesswoman and the air hostess before leaping down once again with them. Go, said Song Shuhang. There were still approximately 10 eagles approaching in the sky. The moment he thought of having to deal with 10 eagles, Song Shuhang's scalp started to go numb. He had already used up a lot of energy to kill 2 eagles. If it were 10 of them attacking at the same time, he honestly had no confidence in guaranteeing the safety of so many passengers. Furthermore, Zhuge Yu and Zhuge Zhongrang were still out in the wilderness. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Within the gap of the city entrance, Yuri was crying in Jiao Mumu's arms, using her small fists to punch his chest hard. Jiao Mumu had a face of bliss, using sweet nothings to console his girlfriend. After the black uncle joined the rest of the passengers, his entire body was shivering. He was slightly more pitiful compared to the rest. The moment the gorillas saw him, they tied him up, and the moment the eagles saw him, he got captured once again. Today was definitely not his lucky day. After the businesswoman and the air hostess entered the gap of the city entrance, their faces wore an expression that clearly depicted that they had both received a new lease of life. Stay here and don't move. There are more enormous eagles approaching in the sky, said Song Shuhang in front of the city entrance. The passengers' faces stiffened and everyone hurriedly hid behind Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang held firmly onto his treasured saber-broken tyrant, fixing his gaze on the group of eagles in the sky that was getting nearer and nearer. Speaking of which, am I forgetting something? Song Shuhang thought to himself while standing in front of the city entrance. For some reason, he felt that something was missing from the city entrance's gap. I remember now, Joseph. Joseph had not returned. He is still on his way back. Please be safe. Speaking of which, can we say we're playing Eagle and Chicks 1? With the eagles in the sky catching us, the chicks, and Song Shuhang as the hen, protecting us? At this moment, Lu Fei blinked her eyes and suddenly broke the silence. Song Shuhang stiffly turned his head around and laughed bitterly at Lu Fei. This young lady was rather optimistic, she could still crack a joke in their current situation. Ahem, I shouldn't be a hen, I should be a rooster, Song Shuhang said with a sigh. I'm male. Hee hee. Lu Fei laughed cheekily. The passengers looked at the view of Song Shuhang's back. Song Shuhang did not have a huge frame, neither was he stocky. But at this moment, in the eyes of everyone present, his figure was extremely huge, allowing people to feel reassured and at ease. After all, the two carcasses of the eagles next to the wall served as a contrast to show Song Shuhang's might. The eagles in the sky drew closer and closer. However, when they had reached a certain altitude, they did not charge at them like those eagles earlier. Their intelligence might be low, but when they saw three carcasses of their brethren, they became somewhat vigilant. They were circling in the sky, testing waters. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Song Shuhang held his treasured saber broken tyrant tightly while keeping a qi and blood pill in his mouth, preparing to replenish his qi and blood energy once it got fully consumed once more. But right at this time, a strange sound came from above the wall. It sounded like a switch was activated, and then something got lifted. It wasn't loud, only Song Shuhang, who had opened his ear aperture, could hear it. Are the ancient city's defense weapons being activated? Song Shuhang speculated. Beep tilde beep tilde? At this time, a piercing sound came from above the ancient city's wall. The sound was similar to the sound made by some speaker system when it got powered on. It was extremely piercing and painful to the ears. The passengers behind Song Shuhang immediately covered their ears. Evil creatures, scram! At this moment, an extremely loud voice could be heard from the speakers. The voice was overbearing and very deep. However, apart from being loud, the voice had no other special ability. Just as Song Shuhang was puzzled at it, the enormous eagles in the sky frantically flapped their wings and escaped as though they had heard something frightful. In the blink of an eye, the 10 eagles became nothing but small black dots in the sky and vanished. Song Shuhang was speechless. He felt that this change was too dramatic. Did the Lord of the Ancient City get rid of the group of eagles via the speakers? From the looks of it, the Lord of the Ancient City seemed to have noticed our presence. Song Shuhang pondered for a bit, then put away Broken Tyrant and turned his body toward the ancient city. Afterward, he cupped his hands and said, "Senior, thank you for helping us. Junior Song Shuhang is very grateful." Beep tilde? A piercing high-pitched sound came from the speaker once more. Then, evil creatures, scram! It was still the loud, overbearing, and deep voice from before. Song Shuhang was speechless. F*CK, don't tell me that evil creatures the Lord of the Ancient City was referring to weren't the enormous eagles, but us. Beep tilde. Song Shuhang remained deep in thought for a while more, until he was interrupted as the high-pitched piercing sound came from the speaker for the third time. Evil creatures, scram! It was still that loud, overbearing, and deep voice. Damn it, so it was a replay of a sound recording that was on a loop. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 295, Why Len? Chapter 295, Why Len? Translator, Stardew 5T Editor, Kurisu. Just as Song Shuhang's heart was racing really hard, Tubo's voice could be heard from behind. Song Shuhang, quick, take a look, some handwritten words appeared on the metal gate. Song Shuhang turned his head around and looked toward the gate. Then, he saw a layer of light appearing on top of the carved patterns on the metal door. A string of strange writings appeared on top of the light. The writings weren't Chinese characters, nor were they English, German or Russian, etc. They did not belong to any of the main languages of the world. However, everyone actually strangely understood what those writings meant. Do you miss your home and its warmth? Do you want to go back to the place you think about day and night in an instant? Person who is roaming about the ends of the earth away from home, make your choice. Yes or no? Make your choice, make your choice. Those 3 words resounded in the minds of everyone, like the work of a devil. Every single person looked at each other in the eye before looking at Song Shuhang. Ever since they saw Song Shuhang killing 2 eagles by himself, whenever the passengers faced a strange situation, the first person they thought of was Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang furrowed his brows and then speculated, could this be the method to open the door? Or, could this be the method to leave this island? The option on the gate was most likely the one that would open it. However, from the tone of the string of words, it also seemed as though it had the intention to send one back to their hometown. Tubo suggested, why don't we press yes, and give it a shot? If the gate opens, we can enter the ancient city. Wait a minute, Tubo. What if it is the way to leave the island? After leaving the island, where will we end up at? And also, by what means do we leave? Will a passage suddenly appear below our feet, making us fall into it? Asked Gao Mumu worriedly as he hugged his girlfriend, Yai. Everyone stared at Song Shuhang once more. Song Shuhang shrugged his shoulders and said, I don't know. He was not an all-knowing prophet or a magic mirror like the one in Snow White. At this time, the black uncle squeezed into the front and laughed. Regardless of whether the gate opens or I go home, I like both options. Let me try. Yes, I want to go home. I want to go back. As he was speaking, the black uncle used all his might to press yes with his palm. In the next moment, the black uncle suddenly felt warm from head to toe. It was so warm, as though he had gone back to his mom's embrace in his childhood. Ah, so this is the warmth of home, the black uncle said in a high Aria One voice. However, the rest of the passengers around were looking fearfully at the black uncle. The black uncle lowered his head and looked at his body. F***ck. A layer of flame-like light appeared on his body. The warm sensation he experienced earlier was actually caused by the blazing light. Additionally, the flame-like light looked very familiar. Wasn't it the same light that appeared on the passengers' bodies on the plane? After the flame finished burning, the passengers all turned into tiny dots of light and vanished. It was not known if they were still alive or already dead. So, this was the warmth of home? Warmth your mom, warmth your grandpa, warmth your family's ancestors. Ultimately, the black uncle turned around and looked at Song Shuhang. Under the blazing light, his dark face somewhat had the divine feel. Guys, am I gonna die? Song Shuhang went silent and replied gravely, you should be leaving the island. If you think about it in detail, perhaps the people who disappeared on the plane did not die but simply got teleported out of the plane. Perhaps when you wake up, you might already be back at home. Even if he was really dying, I should at least give him a peace of mind and some consolation. If he harbored any resentment prior to death, he might become a resentful ghost. As they were speaking, the speakers once again made a piercing sound. Thereafter, the overbearing and deep voice was heard, evil creatures, scram. After that, the black uncle's body turned into particles of light, akin to sand, and started dissipating. It almost seemed as if the black uncle matched the timing with it. F***ck, you're the evil creature. The black uncle pointed a middle finger in the direction of the wall as he used the last bit of his strength to shout. Song Shuhang was speechless. Tubo was speechless too. And so was Gao Mumu. And the rest of the passengers. Speaking of which, the Chinese spoken by that black uncle was kinda awkward, but he actually understood evil creature, a rather harsh word used to insult others. Was learning Chinese a trend abroad recently? Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Very soon, the black uncle disappeared. Everyone went silent. At this time, the small boy turned around and looked at Song Shuhang. Big brother Shuhang, did the black uncle really go home? The boy's huge jet black eyes looked so pure. Song Shuhang lightly patted his head. Big brother is unable to confirm what happened earlier. Perhaps he went back, perhaps he simply disappeared. Thank you, big brother. The small boy flashed a wide grin and then abruptly went to the gate and used his small hand to hit yes. Goodbye everyone, I'm going to look for daddy and mommy. The small boy's body was enveloped by flame-like light. He waved goodbye to everyone. his mom and dad both became tiny dots of light and disappeared while still on the plane. This little fella kept following everyone but did not cry or throw tantrums. He was a sensible child, entirely different from the small monk Song Shuhang was taking care of, who only looked serious and sensible on the outside but was a little devil on the inside. Song Shuhang really liked obedient children, the type you wished you could take them home and hug repeatedly. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. The small boy also transformed into dots of light and vanished. Apart from the black uncle and the small boy, no one else pressed the yes option. The rest of the people stayed in their original positions, nobody stepped forward to press either one of the scary buttons. After all, it could not be confirmed if pressing yes would allow them to leave the island for real or simply transformed them into dots of light instead, leading to their demise. Hence, the people at the scene did not recklessly make a choice. You only live once, and it isn't a game where you're given an opportunity to respawn after dying. Since the yes option will cause one to disappear, then perhaps Lenoa might open the door, said Song Shuhang. Thereafter, he took a step forward, preparing to hit the NO option. Wait a minute, Shuhang. At this time, Tubo pulled Song Shuhang back and said, let me do it. If you press the NO option and transform into dots of light before vanishing, nobody would be able to fight off the group of enormous eagles in the event they launch another attack. No, let me do it, Song Shuhang said softly. If I'm the one who does it, at least I still have some tricks up my sleeve, and even if I really get turned into dots of light, at least I still have some means of dealing with it. As they were speaking, a panting figure came running from outside of the city's entrance. It was Song Shuhang's disciple in name, Joseph. Teacher, I'm here. When teacher is in a fix, your disciple will toil for you. Joseph raised his hand as he said loudly. Thereafter, he ran as fast as he could in the direction of the gate and hit the NO option. Joseph's daughter had already vanished on the plane. If he transformed into dots of light, he wouldn't mind it. Perhaps he could look for his daughter like that. If he did not get transformed into dots of light, then he would be with Song Shuhang for a little longer, which was not bad for him. Teacher. After Joseph hit the NO option, he said, if we leave this place alive, will you agree to be neighbors with me when I move to somewhere near your house? Joseph took the opportunity to bring up his request. Previously, when he saw Song Shuhang punching the air, creating explosive sounds, he got very excited. He felt that if he could reach Song Shuhang's level in this lifetime, he would die with no regrets. But today, when he saw flames that swung from the saber into the sky, eliminating the eagles, he got fired up. Chinese martial arts could actually reach such a level. That wasn't as simple as a martial arts anymore, it was practically at the level of superheroes. I must grasp the opportunity even if I need to be shameless, I need to think of a way to live near teacher's place, Joseph thought to himself. He had already decided, regardless of whether Song Shuhang agreed or not, once they left the small island, he would buy a house near Song Shuhang's place. All right, replied Song Shuhang without any hesitation. Having another neighbor wasn't a big deal. Moreover, after he had succeeded in his cultivation practice in the future, he was planning to take his family along with him and leave the mortal world. At the time, if he and Joseph still had a master and disciple relationship, he would bring him along with them. Since that was the case, if Joseph wanted to be neighbors with him, Song Shuhang naturally wouldn't mind. Joseph looked very satisfied. A moment later. Eh? Why is there no response? Joseph asked out of curiosity. He had hit that NO option many times for a while now, why wasn't there any response? Joseph was in disbelief and used all his might to hit that NO option several times. Still no response? Hit again. Bam bam bam. Joseph hit it more than 10 times consecutively. This time, there was finally a response. On the gate, a row of words appeared above the light, stop hitting so many times, or do you wish to get reincarnated ahead of time? Don't you see how heavy the gate is and how much power is needed to open it? Joseph was speechless. Song Shuhang was speechless too. And so were Gao Mumu, Tubo, Yari, Lu Fei and her sister, as well as the rest of the passengers. However, if an NO opens the door, then could it be that the yes option really sends people home? Gao Mumu pinched his nose bridge. After the appearance of the enormous eagles, the logical worldview they had lived with for tens of years collapsed almost immediately. Perhaps transforming people into dots of light was a means of teleportation to send people home? Things such as worldview were difficult to establish, but destroying them was easy. This was what was meant by destroying is easier than constructing. After hearing this much, the eyes of the chubby air hostess lit up. She hurriedly went forward and used all her strength to hit the yes option while the door had not been fully opened and the words on the gate were still lit up. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 296, This is too simple, something seems fishy. Chapter 296, This is too simple, something seems fishy. Translator, Stardew 5T Editor, Karisu. But this time, no flames appeared on the air hostess body. Did I miss the opportunity? The chubby air hostess thought to herself. At this time, a row of words appeared within the light. Don't hit me, if you do, I'll fall out with you. The chubby air hostess got a really huge scare. She was so startled she jumped back, almost knocking Tubo, who was standing behind her, to the ground. About 2 minutes later, the heavy and enormous metal gate started to go up slowly. However, the gate did not fully open, but stopped after creating a 2-meter-tall gap beneath it. That was enough to let everyone through, though when they were passing through the city gate, it made them feel kinda scared. With such an enormous metal gate suspended above their heads, they couldn't help but feel that there was a possibility of it dropping on them by accident. If it dropped, wouldn't the people beneath it get squashed into human paste? Hence, the passengers took quick steps to get under the gate, afraid of getting squashed to a pulp in the event it did drop. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. After safely passing through, everyone secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Next, they curiously sized up the view on the other side of the city gate. What they saw was an extremely wide path that led straight into the inner city. There were ancient trees planted neatly on both sides of the path that were at least 10 meters tall, and a clear river. And on the side, there was an elderly man wearing ancient clothes. It seemed as though he had been waiting for them. Behind the elderly man, there were 15 Herculean men. Heroes who have come from afar, welcome to our place. The elderly man in ancient attire welcomed them cordially, shaking each and every one of their hands, starting from Joseph who was at the front. Such cordiality was hard for the passengers to accept in such a short period of time. But finally, when the elderly man shook Song Shuhang's hand, Song Shuhang slightly furrowed his brows. He had opened his eye aperture and could see everything in detail. Thus, he had closely observed the way the elderly man smiled, his posture, and his tone when he was shaking hands with each person. They were all the same. Especially when he said, "Welcome, welcome," the tempo of his speech scarcely changed. It made Song Shuhang instinctively think of the voice that was played from the speakers from above the wall. The elderly man was exactly like that, as if his whole person was on a loop. After shaking Song Shuhang's hand, the elderly man said excitedly, "Thank you, heroes, thanks to you, we successfully defended against the eagle's attack." After finishing his sentence, he clapped as hard as he could. Behind him, the 15 Herculean men followed suit and started clapping with all their might. Song Shuhang's feelings of doubt became more apparent. When the 15 men clapped, their movements were perfectly in sync, as if they were robots manufactured in the exact same way. There is no need to stand on ceremony, it was only self-defense. Song Shuhang was testing waters. He kept suspecting that this huge mysterious island could be similar to an illusory reality. Hence, he wanted to test if the elderly man could hold a conversation with himself. If his reply did not make sense, that it was most likely an illusory reality. "Regardless, you are all heroes, we are extremely grateful." The elderly man was able to reply readily. Thereafter, he continued, "If it is okay with you guys, can we carry the bodies of the beasts into the city? Even though they always bring us a lot of problems, they are a delicacy. All of you must be exhausted. What you guys need is some nourishment to relieve your fatigue. You can make all the decisions here, and as you have said, our stomachs are rumbling with hunger. Also, is it possible for you to arrange a place for us to rest for a moment? Song Shuhang asked. No problem, although we do not have anything else in the city, we do have a lot of vacant places for you to rest at. The elderly man laughed. Even though the ancient city was vast, most of it was empty land. As they were speaking, the elderly man lightly gestured and the 15 Herculean men walked out in an orderly fashion. 10 of them split into 2 groups that carried the carcasses of the 2 enormous eagles that Song Shuhang killed. The remaining 5 men walked along the wall towards the left, as they wanted to bring back the first eagle that Song Shuhang killed. Follow me, I will bring all of you somewhere you can rest, said the elderly man in ancient clothes before turning around and leading the way. The passengers looked doubtfully at Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang answered, Go ahead, we entered the city with much difficulty, we naturally got to take a look. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. On their way, the elderly man was very cordial and enthusiastic as he kept introducing the majestic ancient city to Song Shuhang. He was very detailed in his explanations, even a stone tablet itself was explained clearly and logically, allowing people to fully immerse themselves in its history. The passengers felt as though they couldn't interrupt his speech. Song Shuhang and the elderly man talked and laughed, nodding their heads in agreement. Thereafter, as they continued talking, suddenly Song Shuhang smiled and said, Mister, have you taken a dump? Ha ha, indeed little friend, you think so too. The elderly man laughed. The conversation doesn't flow. Song Shuhang pondered and tried asking a more impolite question, Mister, is your mom a monkey? For that question, Song Shuhang's enunciation was indistinct and he spoke at a faster speed. In case something went wrong, he could explain that he got tongue-tied and what he meant to say was, Mister, do you have monkeys here? The surrounding passengers were dumbfounded, they didn't know what Shuhang was up to. However, the elderly man seemed not to have heard what Song Shuhang said, he merely maintained the smile on his face. He even cordially held onto Song Shuhang's hand and continued to introduce the willow trees in front of them to Song Shuhang in a friendly way. Come here, hero. Look at how healthy the willow trees are. Don't look down on them, they have a long history of about 100 years. It is said that by picking their new buds every year and mixing them with some medicinal herbs, you'd be able to concoct a great tea that helps to strengthen one's body. My question got ignored? But the conversation still doesn't flow. Song Shuhang felt somewhat apologetic, but cordially tested waters again. Your dad is a gorilla. Ha ha, you think this willow tree is not bad too, right? The elderly man in ancient clothes touched his beard while admiring the tree. Song Shuhang nodded his head with a face full of admiration. You're an African monkey. Ha ha ha, what you said makes sense. The elderly man laughed. The rest of the passengers were dumbfounded. They kept pulling at their ears, wondering if Song Shuhang's ears had problems. Or could it be the elderly man's ears instead? Or was it simply both? Perhaps everyone in the world was having problems? Indeed, the entire conversation went downhill. Song Shuhang used all his strength to rub his face. There was indeed something wrong with the elderly man before his eyes. He was obviously operating according to some sort of pre-arranged script. At the entrance of the city gate, the elderly man's replies were coherent. It was apparent that he was the same as chatbot RAs, picking up keywords and the other party's facial expression to choose the appropriate reply. After entering the city, the elderly man activated the next mode, introducing the city. He continuously introduced everything in the city, such that everyone else had no chance to interrupt. Even if it wasn't an illusory reality, the elderly man was most likely the host of an AI or something similar. Forget it, bullying a chatbot AI doesn't make me feel accomplished. I should just directly ask what I want to know the most. Old man, I have a question. Earlier on, did the passengers who chose the yes option on the city gate really get sent home? Asked Song Shuhang. The option on the city gate? What's that? The elderly man in ancient clothes turned his head and asked curiously in reply. This question isn't in the sphere of the elderly man's knowledge. Song Shuhang asked once again, then old man, how can we leave this place? At this moment, all the passengers shot anticipating gazes in his direction. Leave this place? The elderly man pointed at the tallest tower within the city and said, "See that tall tower? There is a huge transaction place in there. No matter who you are, you can use an item on your body to enter and exchange it for something you want. It's a very honest transaction, you can definitely transact at an equal value. You can exchange for an opportunity to leave this place?" Song Shuhang asked immediately. The elderly man shook his head. "I already said that it is an honest and fair transaction, so how can we use the opportunity to leave to coerce people? As long as you complete one transaction, regardless of what kind of transaction it is, upon completion, you can leave this place." Song Shuhang stared blankly. That simple? Since it's that simple, then why did the seniors in the 9 provinces #1 group face all kinds of difficulties on the mysterious island? Even though they did not suffer from any major injuries, they did go through a couple of grueling experiences. Lastly, didn't they also end up losing their memories? Could it be that the seniors went to a different place? Or perhaps, did they enter a different zone? We're here, this place is under my jurisdiction. The house is pretty big, everyone please feel free to make yourselves comfortable. In a while, when the young men are done carrying the beasts, I will show you my skills. The elderly man laughed and performed some cooking gestures. Sorry to trouble you, replied Song Shuhang. Even though he was an AI person, he did indeed help him and everyone else a great deal by telling them how to leave that place. After resting for a bit and recovering his strength and mental energy, he would be able to search for Zhuge Yu and Zhuge Zhongyang before heading to the tall tower and return home. In that case, please take a good rest. I won't impose on all of you any further, the elderly man said warmly. Everyone hurriedly greeted the elderly man politely. The elderly man turned around and left. But after walking 2 steps, he suddenly froze. Thereafter, for no apparent reason, he went to Song Shuhang and warmly shook Song Shuhang's hand. At the same time, he said in a voice that only Song Shuhang could hear, "Welcome to the Heavenly Island, Song Shuhang. I hope you have a great time." Upon hearing that, Song Shuhang stiffened. The elderly man in front of him wasn't an AI? And also, why did he say his name with pauses? F***ck, wait a moment, if he wasn't an AI, then the couple of things he said earlier were too much. The elderly man would definitely remember it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 297, I'm the same 9 lanterns you enjoyed 300 years ago, 2 in 1. Chapter 297, I'm the same 9 lanterns you enjoyed 300 years ago, 2 in 1. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. After shaking Song Shuhang's hand vigorously, the old man in ancient attire left with a satisfied look on his face, leaving behind a stunned Song Shuhang. After seeing Song Shuhang's stiff expression, Tubo asked somewhat confused, "Shuhang, what did the old man tell you?" "Nothing, he just said that we should enjoy our stay on the island," Song Shuhang replied. "That's it?" Tubo was even more confused. "Then, why do you have the face of someone that just got butt raped?" Song Shuhang patted Tubo's shoulder and said, "Tubo, once we go back, you should properly attend the language and literature class. The metaphor you used just now was very inappropriate." Tubo was speechless. At this time, Gao Mumu said, "Shuhang, do you believe the words of the old man? Do you really think it's possible to leave the island by carrying out a transaction inside the tall tower in the ancient city?" Gao Mumu hadn't met a bizarre situation such as this before, but both in movies or games, it wasn't usually so easy to leave once you were in this kind of situation, right? With a smile, Song Shuhang said, "Whether it's true or not, we'll find out once we arrive there." They wanted to leave this strange island, therefore, no matter if the old man in ancient attire was telling the truth or not, they would have to go in the tall tower and confirm it personally. Everyone nodded silently and gazed toward the tall tower in the ancient city. At this time, the businesswoman asked curiously, "You just said that the person inside the tower would conduct a fair transaction with us, right?" However, we have nothing with us to make an equivalent transaction right now. After the plane crashed, they came out of the wreckage with great difficulty just to meet that weird troop of gorillas. Therefore, most of their belongings were still on the airplane, and they had next to nothing with them at this time. As soon as the businesswoman finished talking, the complexions of many passengers changed. The air hostess checked the things on her body and found a business card, a credit card, a handkerchief, a mobile phone, some keys, and other useless stuff. With a bitter expression, she asked, "Will they accept this stuff when carrying out the transaction inside the tower?" She wasn't the only one in such a situation. A lot of passengers had bitter expressions on their faces after searching their bodies. It seemed that the stuff they found wasn't much better than that of the air hostess. It was unlikely that they would accept this junk in that mysterious tower and carry out a transaction for it. A female passenger asked weakly, "Should we return to the airplane and take our things back? And how are we supposed to return to that place? Don't forget the scary huge eagles in the sky and the big lizard in the forest," the chubby man that had challenged the gorillas at a breakdance competition said with a bitter smile on his face. "Also, don't forget about those strange gorillas. After all, they had a very high intellect. Maybe they already stole all the things we left on the airplane." The crowd could only heave a deep sigh after recalling those gorillas. Try not to overthink things, okay? For now, just try to eat something and recover your strength. Later, we'll go and take a look at that tower. Perhaps the things we have with us would be enough to make the transaction, Song Shuhang said calmly. Since they entered the ancient city, Song Shuhang had been wondering why the mysterious island, or heavenly island if you wish, allowed all these mortals to enter its domain. At first, he was of the idea that only he was the objective of the heavenly island, and that these passengers were nothing but innocent bystanders drawn in by mistake. It's not like Song Shuhang had delusions of grandeur. In fact, he was the only cultivator on the plane, and if the heavenly island was aiming at someone, he was the most likely target. But after pondering for a moment, he realized that there was something wrong with his logic. If he was the sole target, the heavenly island could have dragged him here alone. And even if the island couldn't do anything of the sort, it was surely capable of making everyone else disappear and leaving only him on the plane. Then, why did the island bring all these passengers here? What use did they have? Therefore, as soon as he heard the old man mention the transaction in the tall tower, Song Shuhang had an epiphany. Was it possible that the heavenly island was interested in the things these passengers were carrying with them? However, we don't have anything of value with us. The air hostess was of the idea that no one would want to make a transaction for this junk. Don't panic. Let's take a look at the tower and see how it goes. Perhaps our bodies are hiding some treasure that even we are not aware of. Song Shuhang tried to comfort everyone. All the passengers calmed down and started to recover their strength silently. Some of them would secretly shoot a glance at Song Shuhang from time to time. When he killed those huge eagles earlier, he left a very deep impression on them. Just like Joseph, they too wished to learn something from Song Shuhang, even if it was only a small move. However, they weren't as shameless as Joseph, and they didn't know how to approach him without looking awkward. Anyway, it wasn't a big deal. Since they already knew him, they had all the time to become friends with him after leaving this island. Many of the passengers were of the same mind. Gao Mumu, Tubo, and the others that had a good relationship with Song Shuhang didn't want to make things difficult for him right now. After all, they knew him well and usually passed a lot of time with him. They could save questions for later. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Around 10 minutes later, the old man in ancient attire returned. This time, he was wearing an apron and holding two big choppers in his hands. He was covered in blood and had a fearful smile on his face. After seeing the old man, many of the female passengers recalled certain scenes in horror movies and started to shriek. The old man didn't bat an eye and kept his fearful smile. Afterward, like those NPCs in games, he said, "Dear heroes, those 3 birds have been cooked. I'll have them delivered here in a while. I hope every one of you will enjoy the dish." As soon as he finished speaking, 5 stocky men appeared from the rear. They were carrying 2 big pots overflowing with a strong meat soup aroma. Just smelling this aroma made one's mouth water. After seeing that they were here only to deliver the dish, the passengers heaved a sigh of relief. However, they were still looking at the old man vigilantly. The corner of Song Shuhang's mouth twitched. This old man was doing it on purpose. What a wicked hobby. Song Shuhang was sure that the old fogey was very pleased after seeing the scared passengers. The 5 men put the 2 big pots on the ground and gave a big bowl of meat soup to the starving passengers. The hungry and tired passengers were immediately captivated by the meat soup. As soon as they received the bowl, they started to gulp it down without even wondering whether there was something weird inside or not. Song Shuhang was about to warn Tubo and Jiao Mumu when he saw them drink the soup at lightning speed. He heaved a sigh and took the bowl of meat soup. Then, he said to the old man, "Old man, why don't you eat with us?" The old man grinned and gnashed his teeth, saying, "It's really a pity, but I'm a vegetarian. I don't eat meat." "It's fine if you're a vegetarian, but why are you gnashing your teeth?" Song Shuhang smiled and gently put the bowl of meat soup on a side. "Don't worry. There is nothing weird inside the meat soup. You can consider it some sort of compensation," the old man in ancient attire said in a low voice. "I still prefer not to eat it," Song Shuhang replied honestly. He didn't know who this old man was, and he couldn't casually eat the meat soup while ignoring the consequences. "Forget it then. I'll still keep the soup, just tell me if you want to eat it." As if he had already foreseen Song Shuhang's answer, the old man in ancient attire simply received the bowl of meat soup. Afterward, he threw the bloody apron on a side. He quietly waited till the passengers were done eating and said with a smile, "Dear heroes, you've already rested, right? In that case, I'll bring everyone to the tall tower in the ancient city to carry out the transaction." The passengers unconsciously patted their bellies. It was clearly a very ordinary-looking meat soup, but they were completely full after eating it. Moreover, their bodies were brimming with energy. They felt as though they could run a 10 kilometers marathon straight without a hitch. That meat soup was really miraculous. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. They set out on the main road, entered the inner city, and arrived in front of the high tower under the lead of the old man. Along the way, the passengers were surprised by the small number of people living in the city. Even the inner city was sparsely inhabited. The whole city seemed like a huge ghost town. They only met people here and there. Since all major Chinese cities were very crowded, the passengers were at a loss after seeing this scene. Very soon, they arrived beneath the tall tower. The old man cupped his hands and said, "Everyone, I can only accompany you till here. After you enter the tower, someone else will come to greet you. If everything goes well, you'll leave the island after completing the transaction. Finally, I hope everyone can obtain something good from the transaction," the old man said with a smile. "I hope your words come true," Song Shuhang replied. Then, he brought Jiao Mumu and the others along and entered the ancient tower. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. When they stepped inside the tower, they suddenly felt a zero-gravity feeling, just like when an elevator goes downward. Soon after, the scenery before their eyes changed, and they found themselves inside a huge main hall made of precious stones. There were many things in there, and all of them were made of precious stones or jewels. Even tables were made of many precious gems stuck together. Cups were also made of huge gems that had been hollowed out. A terrifying divine-level nouveau riche aura blew in their faces. When the air hostess saw this scene, she gripped tightly the things she was holding in front of her chest, her expression pained. Let alone the things she had with her now, even if she were to sell herself, she wouldn't have enough money to afford the smallest gem in this hall. Because even the smallest gem here had the size of a fist. How was she supposed to make a fair transaction? What could she possibly exchange? The air hostess wasn't the only one thinking this, even the other passengers were of the same mind and felt helpless. "Hello ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Starry House. In this place, we always conduct an equivalent exchange. Therefore, you can completely be at ease whether you're buying or selling." A clear and sharp voice echoed throughout the hall made of precious stones. "Here at the Starry House, we treat both the young and the old honestly. We sell genuine goods at reasonable prices, and all our articles are genuine. If you find a defective article, you'll receive 10 times its worth as compensation. Song Shuhang. When the Starry House used the same cheap slogans as street vendors, their reputation plummeted in everyone's eyes. Everyone, be at ease. The interface to carry out the transaction will soon appear before you. We'll perform an equivalent exchange and allow you to see which articles you can use to make the transaction and what you'll receive in exchange. The articles will be equal in value, and the transaction will also be completely fair. After hearing these words, everyone took a deep breath and tried to calm down. Afterward, a light screen appeared in front of each person. Everyone could only see their own screen. At this time, the air hostess cried out in surprise. What? You only want my pendant? She looked at the pendant hanging around her neck. She bought this pendant in a small antique shop for 30 renminbi. She didn't know if it had any special meaning, but since she found the small wooden fish attached to it cute, she decided to buy it. Never would she have expected that the Starry House would settle on this gadget to carry out the transaction. Was this wooden fish some kind of treasure? Then, she curiously looked at what the Starry House was offering in exchange for this wooden fish. The Everlasting Youth Pill. Description: do you want to look like a lovely 20-year-old woman while in your 50s? Do you want to look like a 30-year-old beauty while in your 70s? No need to worry, the Everlasting Youth Pill can greatly delay the aging of the human body. This is what you deserve. If someone were to sell her something like the Everlasting Youth Pill earlier, the air hostess would surely curse them and label them as a scammer. But now, she was inclined to believe the description of this item, because all the things that happened today had exceeded common sense by far. Then, she looked at another article they were offering in exchange for the wooden fish. Calamity Dispersing Amulet. Description: wearing this amulet will help you avoid a calamity. It allows its user to escape a life or death situation once. This description was very straightforward and contained no shameless boasting. There were only these two options, and after pondering for a moment, the air hostess resolutely chose the Everlasting Youth Pill. It seemed that beauty was more important than a one-time chance to escape a calamity for this air hostess. Congratulations! You've successfully carried out the transaction in the Starry House. Would you like to immediately leave the Heavenly Island, or do you prefer to leave after 24 hours? That voice echoed in the hall once more. At this time, a glittering and fragrant pill appeared in the palm of the air hostess. She turned her head and looked at Song Shuhang. It seemed she wanted to hear his opinion on the matter. After thinking for a moment, Song Shuhang replied, "This heavenly island is full of dangers. Therefore, I suggest everyone to leave as soon as they get the chance. After all, I'm a lone man, and it's difficult for me to protect everyone. If we were to chance upon something akin to those huge eagles again, I'm not sure if I can guarantee everyone's safety." When the crowd recalled those two terrifying eagles they met at the city gate, their complexions changed. "In that case, let us meet again in the real world, Mr. Shuhang." The air hostess nodded her head and swallowed the fragrant medicine pill. Next, she chose the option to immediately leave the heavenly island. Song Shuhang nodded faintly. "But will we really meet in the real world? At the time, you won't have any memory of the things that happened on the heavenly island. For powerful cultivators, it was quite easy to wipe someone else's memory. And in this case, even those seniors from the 9 provinces #1 group remembered nothing about the heavenly island. After leaving the heavenly island, even if Song Shuhang and the air hostess were to meet again, they wouldn't recognize each other. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. The air hostess chose the option to leave the island immediately. Soon after, a blazing light started to burn on her body. It was the same light that had appeared on the plain and in front of the city gate. The air hostess was scared by this sudden change. The voice from before echoed in the Starry House once more and explained, "No need to be afraid. This is just a means to send you back, it won't cause you any harm. Once you wake up, you'll find yourself in your warm bed." After hearing these words, the crowd recalled to mind the scene in front of the main gate and the choice between yes and no, so that choice was really about being sent home or not. After hearing this much, Joseph also heaved a sigh of relief. If that was the case, his daughter was also sent home when she was engulfed by the blazing light back on the plane. Just like Joseph, a lot of people were relieved after hearing these words. It seemed that some of their family members or friends had disappeared while still on the plane. After the air hostess, more and more passengers started to carry out their transactions. The traded things were of various types, so many that it exceeded the imagination of those present. Someone had to trade the leather coat they were wearing, someone their engagement ring. Interestingly enough, the chubby breakdancer had to trade off a birthmark he had since he was little, obtaining a big necklace of fine gold in exchange that somewhat resembled a dog collar. The funny thing was that he was already planning to have that birthmark surgically removed, but now, not only he got rid of it for free, he even obtained a thick necklace of gold in exchange. He really struck it rich. After looking at his screen, Tubo was stunned. Because he was asked to trade a syringe of fresh blood. And he could exchange it for a bowl of meat soup similar to the one the old man served them before. Moreover, it was the only transaction he could carry out. A syringe of blood and meat soup. Tubo was confused. However, he didn't immediately carry out the transaction. He looked Jiao Mumu in the eye and turned his head toward Song Shuhang. After seeing the worried face of his roommates, Song Shuhang smiled as he said, "Guys, don't waste time. Complete the transaction and quickly leave the island." "What about you?" Jiao Mumu asked. From the way Shuhang was speaking, it seemed he didn't want to leave just yet. "Don't forget about Zhuge Zhongyang and Zhuge Yu. I have to look for them," Song Shuhang continued with a smile. "Don't worry. As soon as I find them, I'll come back to this place and leave." "I see. In that case, make haste, all right?" Tubo said. Song Shuhang nodded with a smile. Tubo took a deep breath and accepted the transaction. Then, a delicious bowl of meat soup appeared in his hands. Afterward, he was covered in flames and disappeared. Jiao Mumu, Yai, Lu Fei, and Lu Fei's elder sister also completed their transactions and disappeared like Tubo. Finally, only Song Shuhang and Joseph were left in the starry house. "Teacher, let me accompany you," Joseph said excitedly. He had decided to closely follow his teacher and witness his incredible power. "You should also go back," Song Shuhang said with a smile. "Otherwise, we won't be happy neighbors when the time comes." After hearing Song Shuhang's words, Joseph heaved a sigh. Then, he completed his transaction and changed into particles of light, disappearing. Now, only Song Shuhang was left in the starry house. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Song Shuhang heaved a deep sigh and showed the middle finger to this hall made of precious stones. Then, he put his hands in his pockets and left the place without any hesitation. When he left the hall, he felt that zero-gravity feeling once more. In the next instant, he reappeared at the entrance of the tall tower. "Oh? Little friend Song Shuhang, how come you didn't carry out the transaction and left?" After seeing Song Shuhang, the old man in ancient attire wasn't surprised and laughed foolishly. "Old man, what's the point of asking if you already know the answer?" Song Shuhang furrowed his brows. "Since the beginning, the Starry House had no intention of letting me carry out the transaction, right? When he was inside that hall, everyone had an interface in front of them to carry out the transaction, everyone except Song Shuhang. This happened even if he had many treasures with him." Song Shuhang was absolutely sure that it was intentional. He. The old man in ancient attire laughed joyfully. Then, he took out that bowl of meat soup once more and said, "Won't you eat it?" Song Shuhang took the bowl and clenched his teeth, saying, "Old man, speak clearly. Who are you? What do you want from me? If I were to tell you that you couldn't carry out the transaction because you didn't eat the meat soup, would you believe it?" The old man heartily laughed. Song Shuhang gave him a supercilious look. "Drink it while it's hot. Anyway, if I had evil intentions, I could just make you drink the soup through unconventional means." The old man laughed foolishly. Song Shuhang gritted his teeth and grabbed the bowl of meat soup, starting to drink it. You can talk now, right? Who are you? Why were you looking for me? Youngster. This is actually a good question, the old man in ancient attire said with a smile. Next, the old man stretched his hand and tapped on his forehead. His grey hair disappeared, leaving behind a smooth and shining bald head. Afterward, his humpback also disappeared and his back straightened, his face also changed. In the blink of an eye, it changed into a heroic face with starry eyes and slanted eyebrows. But none of them were enough to overshadow the elegance of this person. Young benefactor? I'm the same 9 lanterns you enjoyed 300 years ago, the bald girl in front of Song Shuhang said with a smile on her face as she joined her palms together. PFFF? Song Shuhang immediately spurted out all the soup in his mouth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 298, Forgetting Past Enmity? Chapter 298, Forgetting Past Enmity? Translator, Stardew 5T Editor, Karisu. The bald lady before his eyes joined her palms together and looked gratifyingly at the scene of Song Shuhang spitting out his meat soup. Sister, wait! I think you recognized the wrong person. Song Shuhang hurriedly said. He looked at the bald lady before his eyes. She had slanted eyebrows and starry eyes, yet her air of elegance was hard to conceal. It was indeed that 9 lanterns, a monk from Lady Onion's memories. Speaking of which, only a strange monster like Lady Onion would mistake this bald woman for a monk when she obviously was a nun. Earlier, Song Shuhang did attempt to guess the identity of the NPC's elderly man. However, when the elderly man suddenly became a bald woman, Song Shuhang wasn't mentally prepared for such a sudden plot twist. At this time, his mind was in turmoil. Even though he already knew that 9 lanterns was most probably on the mysterious island, he completely did not expect her to make her appearance in such a way. Wait a moment. It is not the right time to think about such things. The problem right now was that 9 lanterns mistook him for the same Lady Onion she enjoyed 300 years ago. She must be mistaken, right? Lady Onion was now stuck on the Enlightenment Stone, and they had stayed together for a while. Did 9 lanterns mistake their identities for this reason? Or perhaps, was it because he ate Lady Onion before? Bits of her aura might be still lingering on his body. Therefore, 9 lanterns confused him for Lady Onion or assumed that he was her reincarnation. Regardless, he had to explain himself fully to 9 lanterns. It was a matter that concerned his honor and virtue. 9 lanterns joined her palms together and silently looked at Song Shuhang, smiling without saying a word. With her smiling at him like that, Song Shuhang felt even more stressed. Sister, you definitely misunderstood. I am not Lady Onion. Song Shuhang said sternly. Lady 9 Lanterns smiled brightly and said, Benefactor Song, you're mistaken. It's true, I am not Lady Onion. Take a look for yourself, Lady Onion is here. Song Shuhang immediately reached his hand into his pocket to take out the Enlightenment Stone. But when he reached his hand into his pocket, he suddenly felt something bite his finger ruthlessly. Song Shuhang felt a stabbing pain transmit from his finger. Needless to say, it was definitely Lady Onion who bit him, but didn't Lady Onion only grew a small shoot? When she came to the Heavenly Island, she couldn't even speak a single word. When did she grow a mouth? At this time, the bald 9 Lanterns suddenly smiled with her eyes squinting. Benefactor Song? I never once said that you're Lady Onion. I can see clearly that Lady Onion is Lady Onion, and Benefactor Song is Benefactor Song. Both of you are 2 different entities. Song Shuhang's entire body stiffened. He even forgot the pain in the finger that was bitten by Lady Onion in his pocket. Since she knew that I am not Lady Onion, then what's the deal with enjoying her 300 years ago? Could it be that I traveled through time? My future self traveled through time to 300 years ago and then enjoyed 9 lanterns? Ever since he got exposed to the world of cultivation, Song Shuhang felt that everything was possible. Time or space travel were not things that were hard to accept and acknowledge. Just when Song Shuhang was letting his imagination run wild, 9 lanterns started explaining. For days ago, I was in secluded meditation when I suddenly had a strange feeling. Afterward, a 300-year-old memory resurfaced in my mind. It was really a very interesting memory. As she was speaking, Nine Lanterns slightly lowered her eyes, causing others to be unable to read her emotions. After that, something even more interesting happened. When I recalled that memory, I discovered that an additional thing had appeared within it. It was as though it was a sharp blade that forcefully and unreasonably inserted itself into my memories. 4 days ago? Song Shuhang instinctively swallowed his saliva. Wasn't that when he ate Lady Onion, causing his karma to be intertwined with hers, leading to the dream about her entire life experience? The additional thing that Lady Nine Lanterns was referring to couldn't be him, right? As for what the additional thing that appeared in that memory was, do I have to remind you? Fellow Daoist Song Shuhang? The smile Nine Lanterns had on her face was similar to the first spring breeze of the new year. Even though it looked like that she was smiling with happiness, upon carefully looking at it, he felt bone-chilling wintry cold. Indeed, she was referring to him. However, this whole matter about Lady Onion's memories wasn't his fault. He too wanted to stop the scene and get out of there, but he still ended up experiencing that cringy lesbian scene firsthand. If God were to see this scene, he too would feel pity. At the time, although he loudly shouted many times to stop, stop, the lesbian scene just wouldn't stop. Gulp. Song Shuhang swallowed his saliva and answered, in that case, am I not a victim too? A victim? Nine Lanterns seemed to be distracted and stared blankly for a moment. A moment later, she suddenly gave Song Shuhang a thumbs up and said, victim, huh? This term is really wonderful. Upon looking at Nine Lanterns' expression, Song Shuhang felt confused. Did I say something wrong? Since you use such a wonderful term, I can only forgive you. Nine Lanterns suddenly laughed towards the skies. Song Shuhang was speechless. Nine Lanterns' train of thoughts was too out of the ordinary. Song Shuhang realized that even though he was somewhat used to the train of thoughts of the seniors in the Nine Provinces #1 group, he still could not keep up with Nine Lanterns. Additionally, what was so wonderful about the term victim? To the extent that it actually amused Nine Lanterns for no obvious reason. Don't make that strange face, let this matter go. Whatever happened before, just let it disappear from your memories. Nine Lanterns patted Song Shuhang's shoulders and smiled. In a mere instant, she switched from being sinister to being light-hearted and happy. Song Shuhang really could not adapt to these changes. I understand, sister. This incident never happened before. I never knew about it. Song Shuhang nodded. You don't have to be that extreme, you don't have to erase it from your memories forcefully. Truth to be told, I did not think of getting you to forget about it. Or else, I would have easily used a memory erasing spell to settle this matter. Additionally, I am the practitioner of a Buddhist school, it's my forte to obliterate all enmity with a smile. Nine Lanterns continued with laughter. Although he wasn't completely clear about the meaning of those words, Song Shuhang still nodded his head. All right, things have been settled. Go to the Starry House and make a transaction, then you can leave the Heavenly Island, Nine Lanterns said with a careless smile. That's it? Song Shuhang asked puzzledly. Yeah, that's it. I am a straightforward and blunt person. I'm never sloppy, and I don't beat around the bush when I deal with things. Nine Lanterns patted her own chest, and the two large pectoral muscles, in the eyes of Lady Onion, shook. So, can I really leave? Song Shuhang asked cautiously. Go ahead, goodbye. Nine Lanterns waved her hand. Song Shuhang scratched his head. After a long pause. I can't leave yet. Song Shuhang forced a smile. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 299, The Small and Exquisite Yuga Yu. Chapter 299, The Small and Exquisite Yuga Yu. Translator, Stardew 5T Editor, Kurisu. Zhuge Zhongyang and Zhuge Yu were still on the Heavenly Island. Regardless of whether they were dead or alive, Song Shuhang should at least look for them. If they were still alive, he ought to do his best to bring them safely to the ancient city. Oh? Could it be that fellow Daoi Song wants to live on the heavenly island? Nine Lanterns suddenly asked joyfully. Song Shuhang remained silent for a moment before he answered, "Ahem, I still have 2 friends who are still on the heavenly island. We got separated the moment we entered the island. I want to look for them before leaving." "Oh, you still have friends on the heavenly island?" Nine Lanterns pinched her clean and shiny chin. "Do you need my help to locate them? I have quite a few tricks up my sleeve." Song Shuhang naturally hoped to receive Nine Lanterns' help. Even though he didn't know what her identity was on the heavenly island, he felt that she must be a person of high status. If he had her help, looking for the Juges would be much easier. However, when Nine Lanterns got so exhilarated that she took the initiative to warmly offer her help, Song Shuhang faintly sensed that something was amiss. Forgetting about the past and forgiving him was one thing. After all, Nine Lanterns was the virtuous member of a Buddhist school, and the fact she had forgiven him could be attributed to her teachings. But now, her warmness seemed somewhat fishy. It made people feel that she was trying to curry favor. Or perhaps he was just misjudging her character. Song Shuhang thought about it and tried asking, "Great Master Nine Lanterns, do you need my help for something? If you do, you can tell me directly. You think too much. I don't want anything. I'm only bored as I have nothing to do, hence I was thinking I might as well accompany you to stroll around the heavenly island. After all, I'm considered half the owner. Since you're here as a guest, bringing fellow Daoist around the island is part of my duties." Nine Lanterns laughed. "Also, you can just call me Nine Lanterns." "In that case, sorry to trouble you, Miss Nine Lanterns," answered Song Shuhang. Regardless of what motives Nine Lanterns had, all he wanted to do was look for the 2 siblings, Yuga Yu and Yuga Zhongyang. Thereafter, he would bring them to the tall tower in the ancient city and complete the transaction before leaving the heavenly island. It didn't matter if his memories were sealed or erased. He wanted to have absolutely nothing to do with the heavenly island and stay as far as possible from it, preferably just like the distance between the earth and the sky. After Song Shuhang finished his sentence, Nine Lanterns gave him a thumbs up and said, "The term amiss is awesome. I like it." Song Shuhang was speechless. Just what did he need to do to keep up with Nine Lanterns' crazy train of thoughts? Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. 3 minutes later, Song Shuhang and Nine Lanterns returned to the city gate. That enormous city gate was still open to about the height of 2 meters. It did not look like it was going to close. Could it be that Nine Lanterns already knew that I was going to leave, hence she decided that she might as well not close the city gate? Song Shuhang conjectured. As he was thinking, Nine Lanterns brought him with her and exited the city. Thereafter, she smacked the city gate with all her strength and said, "Stop sleeping and get up." In the next moment, the city gate lit up, and 2 red question marks appeared on it. After that, the city gate sheepishly closed. Song Shuhang was speechless. The city gate was sleeping? From the looks of it, this city gate was also a magical treasure, and even possessed intelligence and human-like feelings. After hitting the city gate, Nine Lanterns said to Song Shuhang, "Let's go, we have to find your friends." "Miss Nine Lanterns, you have a way to find my friends quickly?" asked Song Shuhang. Nine Lanterns said confidently, "Don't worry, with me around, looking for your friends would be a breeze. Firstly, we gotta get to your original location when you guys first got to the heavenly island, and follow their scent while searching for them. It won't be long before we find them, that is if your 2 friends did not intrude into any monster beast's territory and got eaten while still alive." Song Shuhang silently nodded. Actually, the method of searching for someone by tracking their scent could be used as long as a cultivator had opened his or her nose aperture. However, Song Shuhang did not have any specialized training, hence he was unable to grasp the technique of searching for people by following their scent. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Thereafter, Song Shuhang described the location where the plane crashed to Nine Lanterns. Then, Nine Lanterns took him there. "This is where the plane wreckage is. There were about 20-odd survivors who got off the plane then," Song Shuhang explained. But at that time, my friends were already not amongst those people. I'm guessing that they were in the other part of the plane that was cut off. I understand. Nine Lanterns closed her eyes and sensed for a bit before replying. Using this area as the center, I can sense two groups of people. One of them is a group of 8, their scent did appear near the plane wreckage. At this moment, they are wandering around the forest, they have a lot of guts. 8 people, near the plane wreckage. They should be the group of people led by the old professor that parted ways with me. The numbers match. From the looks of it, they did not encounter any monster beasts or enormous eagles. They are rather lucky. The other group is made up of 4 people, perhaps it's them you're looking for. Do you want to take a look? Asked Nine Lanterns. Then please bring me to look for the traces of those 4 people. Song Shuhang nodded. Come with me. Much to his surprise, Nine Lanterns actually cooperated very well. It seemed as though she had no intention to create any trouble. Looking at how she acted, it seemed that she really had no ulterior motives, and that she was doing it purely out of interest. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Nine Lanterns approached the huge forest at a very high speed. The speed at which she was moving was extremely fast, such that Song Shuhang had to execute the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk in order to barely keep up with her. That footwork's pretty cool. Nine Lanterns turned her head around and smiled at Song Shuhang. I was pretty lucky, I met a very good senior who taught me this footwork, answered Song Shuhang. Yeah, it's a footwork that is very suitable for you. Nine Lanterns nodded. I'm going to increase my speed, do your best to keep up. After finishing her sentence, the speed she was traveling at in the forest increased by a notch. Song Shuhang used all his might to execute the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk footwork and managed to stay near Nine Lanterns with much difficulty. Not bad, you could actually keep up. Nine Lanterns turned her head around and smiled at Song Shuhang. I'm already doing my best. Miss Nine Lanterns, if you get any faster, I won't be able to keep up, said Song Shuhang while catching his breath. At this time, Nine Lanterns, who was in front, gave him a thumbs up. The term doing my best is quite not bad. I like it. Song Shuhang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. We're close. At this time, Nine Lanterns suddenly stopped and sniffed. After she spoke, Song Shuhang also smelled Yuga Yu scent. He hurriedly looked in the direction the smell was coming from. Song Shuhang? A weak voice came from that direction. He saw Yuga Yu leaning against a tree that was 100 meters tall. She lifted her small face and looked at Song Shuhang. She looked as cute as a doll. That comparison was too appropriate, because Yuga Yu at this moment was as small as a doll. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 300, Yuga Zhongyang's Horrifying Nightmare. Chapter 300, Yuga Zhongyang's Horrifying Nightmare. Translator, Stardew 5T Editor, Kurisu. Song Shuhang opened his eyes wide and, looking at the doll-sized Yuga Yu, he asked, What happened to you? Song Shuhang. When she saw Song Shuhang, she crawled up from beneath the tree and ran toward him on her short legs. Song Shuhang bent down and hugged the terrified Yuga Yu. At the same time, he shot a glance at Nine Lanterns. Although she was standing there, just beside him, it was as though Yuga Yu couldn't see her at all. What happened? Song Shuhang held Yuga Yu like a kid and patted her back. Sob, it was very scary. Yuga Yu choked with sobs as she started to explain. This is what happened after the crash. When my older brother and I woke up, we discovered that we were in the middle of the forest with other 2 passengers. Then, the 4 of us decided to team up and get out of this place. Our hope was to find the wreckage of the plane and the other passengers. But just when we were about to leave the forest, we met 3 weird freaks. As soon as those 3 freaks saw us, they attacked. Moreover, they could make themselves invisible. I'm not lying, as soon as they saw us, they disappeared into thin air. After that, we disorderly run away and the four of us got separated. Later, something even stranger happened. When I was running away from that invisible fellow, rushing through the forest, I suddenly felt something cold on my ankle, and then, the size of my body changed into that of the palm of a hand, even the clothes on my body were reduced in size accordingly. Afterward, I kept running without stopping. Perhaps because my size had been reduced, that invisible freak was unable to find me. Next, I unknowingly ended up in this place. After quite a bit of time, my body finally started to recover. But even now, I'm only this big. Although she was choking with sobs, Yuga Yu still orderly explained to Song Shuhang everything that had happened. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. She felt something cold on her ankle and the size of her body decreased. Did she unknowingly touch a weird formation? Moreover, who were those invisible freaks? Song Shuhang turned his head and looked at the nearby 9 lanterns. Miss 9 Lanterns, do you have any idea of what might have happened? There might be many reasons for her body to have suddenly shrunk, but if it happened inside the forest, it should be the work of that very rare spirit beast. I've heard that traces of its presence were found on the Heavenly Island, but I have yet to see it with my eyes. It's possible that your friend carelessly bumped into it and had the size of her body reduced. However, it seemed that the spirit beast was already full. Otherwise, your friend would have already become its meal. 9 Lanterns smiled and continued, as for those invisible freaks, they might be cultivators that entered the Heavenly Island. This island is very mysterious after all, and it will inevitably attract many curious cultivators. As for why they wanted to attack your friends, I'm not sure. However, all types of cultivators can enter the Heavenly Island: Buddhists, Taoists, scholars, demons, monsters, ghosts, and so on. Therefore, it's pretty normal that some of them might have an evil disposition. Song Shuhang nodded calmly. Since he knew that there were invisible enemies around, he activated 2 small tricks related to mental energy, vigilance, and a mental detection. Now that other cultivators were involved, things got more complicated. Moreover, when 9 Lanterns mentioned that rare spirit beast, he suddenly recalled something. At this time, Yuga Yu gazed at Song Shuhang with a terrified expression on her face. Shuhang, who are you talking to? As expected, she can't see 9 Lanterns. Don't worry, it's a friend. She is hiding in the surroundings and has been secretly protecting me. It was only thanks to her that I was able to reach this place and find you. Song Shuhang tried to reassure her. Yuga Yu nodded silently. Come, let's try to find Yuga Zhongyang and the other 2 passengers for now, Song Shuhang said. But right at this time, Yuga Yu screamed, Shuhang, watch out! A shadow suddenly appeared behind Song Shuhang's body. This shadow seemed to have appeared out of thin air because it was previously invisible. Yes, it was precisely one of those invisible freaks Yuga Yu mentioned earlier. The secret technique these guys were using to become invisible was very special, and Song Shuhang didn't notice the approaching figure even though he had used a vigilance and a mental detection. After revealing itself, the figure used its thick metal rod to try to bash Song Shuhang's head in. The metal rod was emanating a faint red light, which would appear only if one had imbued their weapon with qi and blood energy. The aggressor was planning to reduce Song Shuhang's head into a pulp. Bang! Shuhang didn't have time to react and was hit by the rod, getting knocked down to the ground. The doll-sized Yuga Yu also fell to a side, screaming in fear. At this time, the invisible freak was finally visible. It was a man with a stubble beard wearing pink clothes and a red belt. No wonder Yuga Yu labeled him as a freak after seeing his look. It was a real-life pedo uncle. The pedo uncle looked at Yuga Yu, who was lying on the ground, and licked his lips. Afterward, he laughed strangely and said, Hee, I didn't think you had a helper. But it's all useless. A cultivator with only a few apertures opened isn't my match. Moreover, you suddenly became so small that I almost lost sight of you. Anyway, your current appearance is also very cute. It would be even more satisfying to taste you. As he was speaking, the pedo uncle winked at Yuga Yu with his right eye. At first, Yuga Yu didn't understand what the weird uncle meant, but once she grasped the meaning of his words, she felt like puking. Uncle, I'm not gay. Hee hee hee, little girl, do you really think you can fool me with such petty lies? Even if you're wearing men's clothes, you can't deceive the seasoned eyes of a pervert. Anyway, we cannot waste too much time. I have to obtain your blood before my 2 junior brothers catch up. After nourishing my body with the energy of a virgin with a special constitution such as yourself, I'll be able to jump through the Dragon Gate immediately, reaching the 2nd stage True Master Realm. After saying this much, the pedo uncle started to take off his pink clothes. Darling, I'll make you feel really good. Then, he gave Yuga Yu a charming look. Yuga Yu's face became deathly pale. She would rather die than giving her first time to this pedo uncle. She quietly put her tongue between her teeth. Should she commit suicide? But was biting one's tongue enough to commit suicide? And how much did she need to bit off? Was biting the tip enough to die? But right at this time, the body of the nearby Song Shuhang suddenly disappeared. In the next instant, he appeared in front of the pedo uncle while in a half-squatting position and struck his palm against his chest. Lightning palm! Song Shuhang shouted. A crackling sound echoed, and dazzling lightning burst out toward the chest of the pedo uncle. Blech! The pedo uncle spat out a mouthful of fresh blood as his chest was burnt. The power of the lightning palm penetrated inside his body and destroyed part of his internal organs. Impossible, that's the lightning palm. Wait, how can you still be alive? You took my rod head on. The weird uncle fell to the ground and pointed his shivering finger toward Song Shuhang. He didn't dare to believe what had just happened. The attack he used earlier to bash Song Shuhang's head wasn't an average one. It was a heavy blow imbued with qi and blood energy, and there was no way a cultivator with only a few apertures open could withstand it. Song Shuhang's heart was also racing after what had happened. The invisible mode of his opponent was really weird, and even with his mental detection activated, he was unable to discover anything. If the ghost spirit in his heart aperture hadn't used its small golden shield to protect him, the consequences would have been dreadful. Damn it! I died in the hands of a little cultivator. The pedo uncle struggled a few times and closed his eyes unwillingly, passing away. Even a peak first-stage cultivator that was about to jump through the Dragon Gate like him was unable to resist a direct hit with the lightning palm. After all, not all first-stage cultivators were as lucky as Song Shuhang and possessed a ghost spirit with defensive abilities. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Let's go. We should look for your brother, Song Shuhang said as he picked up the doll-sized Yuga Yu. At this time, she was staring at Shuhang absent-mindedly. What happened just now? A ball of lightning suddenly appeared in Song Shuhang's palm and he used it to kill that invisible pedo uncle? One could turn invisible, and the other could generate lightning. Was that uncle a mutant? Was this a real-life X-Men? Damn it, I lost my video camera. If I had recorded that scene, it would have ended up on the first page. Yuga Yu's occupational disease suddenly flared up. Are you looking for her elder brother? I just smelled a scent very similar to hers. It should be the Zhuge Zhongyang you mentioned earlier, 9 Lanterns said. During the whole process, 9 Lanterns didn't make any move. However, if she was planning to lead him to Zhuge Zhongyang, it was already enough. Song Shuhang wasn't expecting to receive much help either. Anyway, we should make haste. The scent of another freak is approaching this Zhuge Zhongyang very quickly, 9 Lanterns said with a smile. Song Shuhang's complexion changed. In the next moment, 9 Lanterns dashed forward, showing the way. Song Shuhang used the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk at full power and followed behind her. Very soon, they arrived at Zhuge Zhongyang's position. At this time, Zhuge Zhongyang was also being chased by a pedo uncle with a stubble beard, pink clothes, and a red belt. Except for his slightly different facial features, this pedo uncle was almost the same as the previous one. Whether it was their disposition or tone, it was identical. Therefore, we can conveniently name him pedo uncle number 2. Darling, I finally caught up with you. You ran so fast that I almost lost sight of you. Anyway, playing hide and seek also has its charm. It would be even more satisfying to taste you now. Pedo Uncle Number 2 licked the corner of his mouth and winked with his right eye at Zhuge Zhongyang, who was now lying on the ground. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible.